Happy spring, everybody. Happy spring as we're heading into summer. We are so excited, so excited. We talked a little bit about, I am Joanna, the Ascension show. Today we're going to be bringing high vibrational energies. Watch for the fairies and all of the beautiful angels and celestials around me. I've already called them in. I've already put forward the protection alignment, Archangel Michael and the 12th dimensional creators and all of the systems of light that I walk with, the various beings that are the higher selves of these collective ascension offerings, of these collective ascension alignments for 5D Earth, and the highest benevolence for all those that so choose to be and align with their higher selves and the highest teams of light for your multidimensional clearing, cleansing, soul fragment integrations for your higher 5D experience. And of course, everybody is on a different timeline. Everybody is manifesting through their own multidimensional bodies and souls and aspects, and it is purely dependent upon each person's level of consciousness, the consciousness that they walk with in a moment. Hello, beautiful, gorgeous soul. Hello, hello, beautiful, gorgeous soul. Good to see you. I sent out a telepathic vibrational pulsation to all of those soul tribes of Christ consciousness leadership before I did the video. So I'm practicing more and more with telepathic connections of all those that will be on the line today, and refining, clearing out more and more of those energies of past timelines are going to be pulled out more and more. So there's a more refined tune intention of every one of my videos because a lot of the karmic sludge has been cleared away. And of course, Source Creator is offering me a higher vibrational soul blueprint alignment. So therefore, the videos and the offerings will be also of a higher soul alignment. So just know that I put out higher intentions on every video. And so I was putting out soul tribe intentions, soul tribe pulsations. And every time that you do so in your daily, thank you, Holy Spirit. So I just said, watch for the spirits that are coming online through these videos, because as I'm getting more and more refined, there's going to be different energies showing up. So I always work with the systems of light, the Galactic Federations, the 12th dimensional creators, because we are creator gods creating the 5D timelines for your heart's pulsations, your heart's joy. So it's always good to connect daily with what that is for you, doing your soul blueprint daily. What does your highest timeline look like physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually? These are going to be the success and abundant pillars that will be manifesting in our reality. So again, as we said last video, which is so important, we see it every day folding and unfolding and breaking and falling, which it should. So celebrate the breaking. Is the pillars of our reality are shifting, and the pillars of our reality is to each one to go in and do the homework and do the path work within, because it will help you heal the divine feminine and divine masculine energies that you've been constructed, chosen, impaled with, brainwashed, in some experiences. It's always good to move through the divine feminine, divine masculine expectations that you thought you had for yourself, because those are pillars. And that's what drives the old reality matrix, if you will, is the things that we were taught, told, and shown. They're now shifting and changing. With every day that we awaken in our own consciousness of spirit, the way that we awaken to our consciousness of our soul, it allows us to shift and change the pillars of our reality. And they're going to be purely aligned from as above, so below, and as within, so without, because that is our new alignment now. The alignment is no longer, waiting for political leaders to tell us what to do and to guide us. Our alignment is purely with higher self. So as we said in many of our videos, and we keep reminding everybody, it is an upside down, inside out experience. We're no longer being guided. We're no longer being told, shown, or molded to the outer. We are actually piercing that light from within to without, and that's how we create those new experiences. That's how we are driving with intention, purity, and focus, and directing our energy to new timelines. And that's why it's so important at every new ascension cycle, we have to face all of the limitations that we've allowed ourselves to take on, lineage, Akashic, through your sacred trinity, the collective, and transmute them daily. Because as we said, what you think you're allowing and what you think is okay because you don't think you have any power to change, not using your voice, not standing in your truth, you're stating that reality for yourself. So every new day, every new cycle, you're going to be challenged with your soul's integrity, your soul's new pillars of truth. And your pillars of truth, as we talked about last video, so important, and always write it down and practice it as your awakening guidepost. If you so wish, it's always free will. The pillars of alignment will be your sacred trinity. the alignment with the higher self in the heavens, and the heavens can encompass every new cycle. You're going to be mixing and mashing and meshing and harmonizing with different beings of consciousness, because you have to. Your soul has to expand and it's like a contraction, expansion, and you need different energies to catalyze the multidimensionality of your light body. And so you're going to be mixing and mashing with different celestial teams, alien teams, heavenly teams, angelic teams, depending on what you're going through. Everyone's soul blueprint is different, and the pacing and the temperament is different. So never ever guide or compare or, be in competition with anybody else, because everybody has a unique soul blueprint. And you're meant to just, again, go within and start harmonizing and integrating all of those soul fragments of old world. The pillars will change based on your sacred trinity, which is your 3A's, 3E's. That's how you minutia through your day, honoring yourself as a soul, honoring yourself as a vast multidimensional soul that's integrating new aspects of self, that's bringing your vibration of who you are up as self, and allowing you to go through your experience of a multiverse being as opposed to a singular human being that is disconnected from everything. You are connected with all spirit. You're connected with all experiences of soul. Therefore, it's allowing you to allow yourself to make sure that you're moving in new arenas of energy. So your teams will always allow you to be harmonizing with new sets of energies, new sets of guides, new sets of species for you to activate that DNA. Because remember, it's a multidimensional activation. Today, we're actually talking about soul blueprints, the dynamics and the attributes of a soul blueprint, and how and why it changes. How and why your soul blueprint changes is because your DNA, your light body, the codes that are given in your light body, all that is being bathed upon you in these new arenas of energy has to be able to interact with itself. Because remember, everything in creation is a minutia of interaction. It's a minutia of, you're now the light within the environment. You're now piercing out your pulsations of what is making you joyful and joyous of your own 3E's, expression, exploration, experience. And that is changing and shifting the omnipresence, thank you, Holy Spirit, in the environment. And the environment is the omnipresence, it's God. Every new ascension cycle in your soul's blueprint, you're being offered by God and creation and Gaia, you're being offered a more and more refined omnipresence. And it's really good to understand, if you wanted to book a session with me, I'm taking summer sessions. This is going to be a very powerful summer for the alignment of the Lion's Gate, which is our galactic new year. We are all being offered new galactic dimensional codes. And these dimensional codes will be to align us to that 5D vocation even more deeply. So between now and August 8th, between now and August 8th, you're absolutely going to be challenged with new, diverse, strange, and different and offerings of celestial energy. It's going to become more refined because you've become more refined. That's why honoring the daily ascension pathwork and doing your multidimensional clearing, your physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and then healing those sexual energies of misinformation, distortions, dominance and control, all of those energies for divine feminine masculine in the entire collective have to be healed. And every single person on earth is a part of healing that. So allow yourself that minutia of, again, healing the divine feminine, divine masculine, and you're going to be seen and you're going to be brought to notice if you're aligning with your higher self every day and you're doing the, the morning and the evening ascension pathwork. You're going to be allowing yourself to see, partake, and be more mindfully aware of your connection with your higher self. That higher self from here on out is allowing you to become more spiritual, and it has nothing to do with religion. Religion and spirituality are two totally different things. Religion was a type of clothes, if you will, like a type of clothes. It was a type of performa. It was a type of package that was placed around spirit, and spirit cannot be packaged. Spirit is the dynamic of who you are becoming as a multidimensional soul in the trinity of universes that we're all harmonizing. And the trinity of universes is your sacred trinity. They meet with you in your collective, which is a part of your sacred trinity. Your sacred trinity is inclusive of the teams that you belong with in the heavens and Gaia. There's always a sacred trinity. And as you move in your soul's new blueprint, every new cycle of your soul's blueprint is going to offer you challenges and catalytic energies, to help allow you to return to center and test on the lessons that you had learned in your past cycle. Standing in your power, creating those boundaries with energies that you need to create boundaries with. Again, rules of engagement for those that need rules of engagement. Sometimes they need those rules of engagement in legal forms. And then allowing yourself to become more deep in your connection and your relationship with spirit and your higher self. Your spirit and your higher self is knowing of all your next level, systematic testings for you to level up in your initiations, for you to level up in your work with God, for you to level up in the work with the teams, that you're going to be unfolding these new 5D blueprints. And these 5D blueprints are becoming more and more enmeshed with who you are as a cosmic, universal, multidimensional being. Because again, we're moving into new galactic space coming into August. And so that means that we're going to be asking and offering in, these celestial, cosmic, alien experiences, especially those that have been on the path for a while, which are the audiences that I'm intending. Those that have been on the path for a while that truly want healing, truly want that connection with their higher self, transforming everything we know about the old pillars that are now breaking away. The old pillars were the social, dogmatic influences, the familial influences, the lineage influences, all of those influences which really muddled us up in the purity of who we are as source. When you're on the path of awakening, your soul's blueprint becomes everyday engagement of relationship. It's you with your relationship with God. It's you with your relationship of the higher self. You're becoming more and more of your higher self, which means that you're becoming more and more enmeshed as the light body of the higher self. And that higher self, as we said last class, is that your higher self is going to need those energies and those experiences and those accountabilities of those that are coming in to meet you. That's why those inner pulsations that you send out to that 5D template, those will meet you and match you. And they're showing me, and I've been feeling it for the last couple of days, those energies that will be matching and meeting you will be in human form, but higher celestial codes. And so they can be a number of things if you so choose, but it depends on the openness and the level of consciousness one walks in, the comfortability that one has with their celestial and their cosmic energies. Most of you that have been with me forever, you're very comfortable with celestial alien energies. You work with Gaia a lot, and therefore you're going to have those experiences of allowing yourself to be more fluid with celestial, awkward, really profound energies. You need that catalyst for the DNA. You need that catalyst for your chakras. So just know that embrace change for all that you're moving in. Embrace change, that your chakras will need new energy. Your DNA will need those catalytic energies. It'll need more time with Gaia. It'll need more refinement in how you feed your vessel, all right? Because your vessel is now becoming more and more refined as spirit. And that spirit will require you to, as we said, more and more refine what you're putting in. And again, that putting in is again the equal light begets light, light begets light, because the omnipresence is being more refined. Therefore, what you're inducing and ingesting must become more refined. The pillars of our reality are becoming more and more spiritually nourishing. So it's not so much, as we talked about the healing for the divine masculine, what they were brought up in expectation of being a divine masculine were very, very distorted. So divine masculines are in a big, huge cycle and a new phase of healing all of those distortions. What they thought they had to achieve and to be and to express, their 3Es are shifting like upside down and inside out. And they have to, because they were never taught and told and shown outside of a dogmatic experience what it was like to be spiritually aligned. Spiritually aligned is being in the presence of the higher self. And so all of those experiences are the divine masculines healing. And divine masculines, if they so choose, if they wanted to be a strong, experience of presence within themselves, they would look at those 3Es and then establishing new pillars. Who am I in the version of me? Who am I in the version of my experience, exploration, and divine expression as being a spirit? What does that mean for me? And then as you're moving about your day, you know that there's going to be old minutiae and old energies and old imprints and old woundings of the psyche, because remember, you have infinite aspects of psyche that absolutely will be brought forward to be healed and integrated. So the ascension pathwork, as we're seeing more and more every day, is going to be essential. your spiritual maintenance and your spiritual sustenance, and how you set out your day, every day, to align with your spirit, to align with the higher self, to align with the systems of light and the creators, is going to be very, very pivotal and very, very important. Because that is your ever centering to all of the spiritual minutia. Especially right now, there is so much being cleared out of karmic energies, and you have to maintain that center. That center is you allowing that, let the dust settle, let spirit, source, creator, in your handing over of the things that you've acknowledged, accepted, and being a part of your story, and allow spirit to move those aspects of karma out of the way so that you can continue your path of the highest and the best. Because spirit will always be an equal measure if you are not in the full allowance of moving in your highest and your best. That is your contract. That's your soul blueprint. And that soul blueprint is paramount in all aspects because it serves the multiverse. So if there's aspects of interference and there's aspects of muddledness and mess in what you are and who you're expressing yourself as and exploring yourself and experience yourself as, they'll be guided to people like me to assist you in refining and clearing out and putting that really fine-tuned alignment to that 5D experience. And then all of the mess, if you will, that comes up is part of you to accept and allow and clear out and then bring in for integration. So your daily pathwork is going to be more and more pivotal because you're becoming more and more spirit. You cannot expect, again, the expectations is going to be part of the divine masculine healing. And then for the divine feminine on the equal opposite end of that infinity, right? As the divine masculines are looking at their expectations that they were taught, told, and shown, divine feminines are saying, we have new expectations of you now. And those expectations are absolutely aligned with the higher self in 5D, universal laws, the sacred trinity, and aligning with your truth and authenticity and genuine expression of the 3 E's. Those are the pillars. Those are the expectations, because that's spirit. That is your purest alignment with spirit. It's very, very simple, but because everybody is distorted, there's just people waking up right now. Much of the changes and much of the altering will be in everybody knowing that there is higher order. There are higher codes of ethics now, and those that are continually not paying attention to those codes of ethics, that don't care about the codes of ethics, that don't care about abusing systems and abusing people and abusing power and abusing energy, they will be shifted out more and more every day, and we're all seeing it. We're all seeing everybody that are being shifted out and moved, because each and every person, it is their highest directive of their soul blueprint. Their highest directive of their soul blueprint is to maintain the highest level of the 3 E's. And if there is not the highest level of the 3 E's, those people will be moved. And it's up to you to talk with your spirit guides in spirit to say, I've manifested my way out and I've navigated my way out, but these people are continually pressing and, leeching and finding and vampiring and so on. And then it's up to spirit to move them out. I don't discuss religion. I discuss spirituality. So I've had a couple people on my web chat, and I will not respond to ignorance, and I will block everybody, and the IP addresses are being watched by authorities. I don't discuss religion. Religion is a box, and it's a pair of clothes that we put on, and it doesn't express who we are as divine beings of multidimensional experience of spirit. It is still okay, it is still acceptable, but they are small boxes. I don't discuss religion. I discuss Christ consciousness as the energy of Metatronic light of universal beingness. Universal beingness is who we are as light bodies, is who we are as multidimensional Christed experiences. So you can go back to all my old videos. I got 700 videos. Right from the very beginning, we've talked about the Metatronic light body. It's who we are as the Holy Christ. It is who we are as being our own Christ consciousness, or the Christ returning. Has nothing to do with religion. It is the return of the sacred child within. The sacred child only returns when you've gone through all of these ascension cycles and these ascension experiences, and you've integrated those soul fragments that stopped, hindered, limited, blocked, suppressed, depressed that sacred child from being expressive. And that is the return of the Christ, is when you have healed all of the divine feminine masculine woundings and you are returning back to the purity of your sacred child expression. And that means you're no longer moving along in life being affected by the outer. Remember, the outer is just that momentary expression of that mirror of the holographic micro macro. Every new moment, you're the one that is piercing new light, is piercing new expectations, if you will, of your now refined light. Light begets light, light begets light. The omnipresent is changing every moment. That's why the pillars have to fall. Because the more awakened we are to the maximum potential of who we are spirit, we're Christed light beings. We're on all dimensions. We're on all realms. We've come in all bodies. We've played all religions. We've played all roles. We've played all minutia. We've played poor. We've played rich. We've played all these experiences. But now is the time where we're aligning with our highest version of who we are as the capacity and aptitude of learning and really allowing those integrations of every soul fragment. And again, if you're wanting to seek extra information about soul development, I suggest you go to Seth videos, the Seth channeled material on soul development or soul growth. Everything that I talk about in my videos is the soul. Because without the understanding of your soul, you're living a very disconnected, separate life of just the separative 3D human. You're not here to manifest from the rebound of the outer. That is lower vibrational thinking. And I know there is a lot of manifesting gurus out there. They talk about understanding patterns. You don't want to be somebody that manifests from patterns. You don't want to manifest from patterns because then you're manifesting from the lowest possible experience of the outer reality being that. You're meant to simply align within and manifest from your higher self. And that releases all the minutia of all the stuff that's patterned. So anything that is a pattern, you're meant to just see it as it's there, accept it as it's there, and then transcend out and manifest from the highest self perspective. The higher self perspective will not manifest from patterns. You're here to break the patterns. And people, yes, they do. They operate and they create successful businesses from understanding patterns. That's fine. But your business will never be 5D if that is how you run your business. And it's the same with your house. If you're continually allowing the old patterns of karmic cycling and there's people in the house that are not growing, that are choosing not to grow, and if you're not breaking up the energy of the house, you're not breaking up how you live and nourish yourself with spirit, then your house will not be an ascending home. Every day there has to be breakage of old. Don't manifest from patterns. Don't allow that pattern to be the normality. That pattern is an old reverberation, is an old mirror. That pattern is an old mirror. You're meant to transcend that pattern. You're meant to accept it, honor it, and say, I want this now. And always reach for that higher capacity. That's why I said that, you know, that beautiful channel that I had with that man that had passed over, he was very, very successful in the old version of the pillars of the divine masculine. He had achieved great. He had a, beautiful experience financially. He was very creative. So he was connected with the spirit. He was very creative. And he did express that and explore that and experience that. But he did not create that spiritual connection with the higher self. He denied himself of that presence. And so this lifetime that he's manifesting now is he's in class right now, in the spiritual class after his passing, still doing the learning of his entire lifetime and how he can manifest his next lifetime as being more present and being more present in his energy and being more present in his ability to have those 3 E's be his reality, not having it be a mirrored pattern, if you will. So that has to make sense. So take a deep breath. Call in light to your spine, call in light to your spine, call in light to your spine, releasing any cords and energies and densities of old ways and old thought forms, and have your breath take you up to the highest dimension. Just see a light, a pillar of light from your spine going all the way up. Your chakras are aligned through your spine. Chakras are aligned through your breath. And break through the highest version of you and surrender to your higher self. And ask your higher self to take you up to higher vibrational mindset. Higher vibrational mindset is the harmonization with the higher mind. It has nothing to do with the lower mind. You have to surrender the lower mind. The lower mind does not know what it's doing. You have to surrender the lower mind every day. The lower mind is not your higher mind. The lower mind is practiced patterns, practiced thought projections, imprinted projections. And if you're in cults and covens, they're very low vibrational mind thought, group think, if you will. That's why I always suggest really break away from any type of group think, because it's lower vibrational and it's not expanded light thought. There is no expansiveness in darkness. You have to break the group think experience. That higher mind will take you all the way up to the 13th dimension, to the multiverse. And that's how you manifest. That's how you call those inspirations down. from your higher self and out, and then you get to discern, how do I want to share my highest vibrational download? How do I want to share my highest vibrational alignment with my higher self? So again, as we said, Ascension pathwork will be more and more pivotal every day, because we are going to be accelerating. The light will continue to bathe our planet, and it will oscillate in quicker ways throughout your beingness, your physical matter. Remember, everything begins as spirit and energy first. So if you are aligning with spirit and energy first every day and every night, you are going to be step in step with the acceleration of the planet. You don't want to be playing catch up, if you will, and then having all of those soul fragments and those integrations of dark nights of the soul having to impale and compound you and depress you and compress you. You want to be able to surrender to your higher self and have those unpackings and have those dynamic higher self downloads come to you, so that you can move in a more fluid, more easy, simplified way. That's why, again, people will be finding themselves simplify over these next couple of months, because we are becoming more and more refined as spirit, and we're going to be releasing a lot of the things that take up noise and time and space, because everything is becoming more energy, more spirit. Everything is spirit first. So nourishing with spirit, aligning with spirit, the higher self has your soul's blueprint in every moment of the word, in every ounce of energy, in every micro atom of space and time, if you will, as it's collapsing into these new experiences for more, as they told me, robust template energy for you to play with. So as we said last show, and we're going to talk about today, I have a lot of chatted notes here, and I had so many downloads, but I just couldn't write fast enough for the downloads. So hopefully the energies are going in. My intention is for these energies and downloads to go into the field of the omnipresent, for those that are so desiring and attuning themselves to their higher self, to having the connection and partnership with their higher self, to manifest a 5D vocation, to change and alter their businesses, to change and alter their lives, to change and alter their health and their abundance with source creator, God creator, the 5D connection with all that is. And then from there, because remember, it's just a jumping off point, your 5D manifestation of who you are as the harmonized higher self, the Merkaba, the light body, all of your soul fragments. And that is why you do a daily ascension path work. That is why we come on to remind you of the importances of the changing of the pillars, of the understanding of your higher self and its importance to your driving of how you are, who you are as a cosmic being of light, and releasing all of those lower vibrational patterns, secret society, mind group, mind thought that are abusing universal laws, that are abusing energy, that are abusing systems, that are abusing power. All of those things are the corruptions that every single human has to transmute and transform, because each and every human on this planet was a part of saying it's okay to create that. It's okay to surrender power to those that have those agendas, and that is the highest form of agenda. It isn't. We are not meant to keep recreating from patterns. We're meant to break the patterns. The patterns are there to be broken. The conformity is there to be broken. The mold is there to be broken. We are meant to transform, transmute, and transcend. The 3 T's, which will equal your 4th E, right? That's your evolution. And so your highest mind, higher self, taking you to new heights of your soul's blueprint. Now remember, as we've said in all of our thing, I love soul's blueprint. It's one of the most fascinating things I love to talk about, because it is inclusive of your soul, your DNA, your light body, your Merkaba, all that you are as a cosmic alien celestial being, coming together to harmonize all of your earth timelines and all of the lower densities that were from the sacred trinity, but you were never taught, told, or shown. We were just kind of impaled with the social, dogmatic, political, instructional arenas to say, this is who we are, this is where these are our guideposts, these are our pillars, and they're not. The guidepost and the pillar is purely your jurisdiction of the heavens. And the more that you live from the jurisdiction of the heavens, not from a ego standpoint, because ego means that you're still having to surrender to the higher self. The jurisdiction of the heavens means that you've done your minutia, you know who you are. You're carrying your Christic mantle. You're carrying your Christic staff. You know how to make self-empowering choices. You know how to make self-empowering boundaries. You know how to say, that's not okay, this is okay. That's not okay, this is okay. And every person has to be tested. Because every new ascension cycle, you're going to be initiated into new versions and vibrations of energy. And spirit and the heavens, and those of you, if you so choose, it's all free will. Because I'm a creator and I work with the galactic systems and I work with the systems of light, because I'm a multiverse being, I I respond and I work with and I serve the multiverse. I serve multiverse species. So that means I have to be tested and initiated on many, many different levels, because what I've agreed to in my soul's blueprint, and many of you will come to be awakened to this, based on the alignment of your higher self and if you're a healing spirit. Again, don't ever surrender to less than or lower vibrational rules or agendas. That is not the jurisdiction of the heavens. Again, so secret societies, covens, and cults, and secret little things, anything that is secret is not the highest version. It just isn't. If it's being held secret, if it's being held in less than or negative groupthink or power over others, dominance over others, abuse of systems and powers and all of those things, those are very low vibrational sludge that is being cleansed away, because it's not really truly who we are. It doesn't nourish the soul. It is going against the universal order of you expanding as a soul. It wants to keep you limited. It wants to keep you controlled. It wants to keep you dominated. It wants to keep you held in a box of things that are not spiritual ranking. Spiritual ranking are the first two laws of the universal oneness, law of one, law of Ra, and that is your allowance with the university and universal consciousness, the university of one. Your guides and your higher self is of the university of one. Your guides would never, ever guide you to anything that is lesser. Your guides wouldn't. So that's how you know those that do operate in those experiences of cults, covens, secret societies, human testing, human targeting, government, human testing, human targeting, that none of them are aligned with their higher selves. Because those transactions would never occur. If you're aligned with your higher self would never, ever in a bajillion ever years, or however you want to gauge what success is for you and alignment for you and who you truly are as a being, your higher self would never, ever engage, would never tell you, would never guide you to do those things. You're not aligned with the universal laws of one. So that's from here on out again. If you're doing your daily ascension path work, you're always going to be reminding and allowing yourself with purity of breath and intention. Your purity of intention, your purity of intention, your purity of intention is everything to your minutia forward in 5D. And then as you're working in your ascension pathwork and your soul's blueprint, everything will just come forward, manifesting from those pulsations that are in your field. So everything that is before you is godly. Everything that is before you is meant to be seen, the 3 A's, accept it, acknowledge it, allow it in, integrate it, and then create something new, a new pulsation, a new excitement, a new creativity. And again, those creativities and those manifestations shouldn't be from patterns. Because you're breaking the pattern, you're becoming new. You're a new spiritual being. That is why your soul blueprint is your soul blueprint. Your soul blueprint knows exactly the DNA activation that's coming next. Your higher self and your teams are saying, okay, we've got an activation coming up. We're going to meet, we're going to shift you over here. We're going to shift you over there. You've got these things that are coming through. The attributes of those soul blueprint, new timelines and new energies and new initiations and new tests, if you will, of you as a soul in this new light will be, you're going to get, the attributes are, you're going to get more profound dreams and you're going to remember the dreams. And they're going to be rooted into the soul's transcension of the patterns. I.e., not setting boundaries, not speaking your spiritual truth. If you're not speaking your spiritual truth, your voice chakra cannot level up to that new chakra level that's needed in that new timeline and that new database of energy that's in that new thread of template, grid template. Every time you're going through a new soul's ascension path, those templates and the database that you have to omnipresence, bounce back and forth with, co-create with, everything is energy, everything is God. The more you work with what I'm saying and practice with what I'm saying, and if you want, again, an ascension session with me or vocational alignment session with me, I teach you how to do these things. I teach you how to be higher vibrational so that you can understand everything before you is your new minutia of your pulsation of alignment with spirit, as spirit. You're stepping out of the separative human experience of degradation and domination and all of those low vibrational experiences. And you're aligning with the higher self, which is purely genius created. It is your higher self. It is the capacity and aptitude. Every new cycle, you are a new capacity and aptitude of your source light. You're cleansing away the darkness. You're cleansing away the density. You're cleansing away the lower oscillating chakras. You're now rising to that new database. That database is giving you pulsations of new light. Your pulsations of those aspects of you on whatever realm, what is is intended for you to learn in that new ascension cycle. Perhaps that new ascension cycle is allowing you to learn to step on stage and not be afraid to be in speaking of others, in front of others, but your own truth. Not to surrender anybody else's truth, not to surrender to social truths or dogmatic truths, but the highest truth of the heavens. The highest truth of the heavens has nothing to do with the lower jurisdictions. We're here breaking all boundaries. We are here setting up new higher jurisdictions. And it is higher codes of ethics, higher order. And that will have many in the outer bouncing back and forth and saying, no, 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 we've done it this way for eons and blah, blah, blah. So you can take what you want that is traditionally graceful for you. But as far as your soul's 3 E's, there's no compromise. And that's where you as a soul can say, that's not working for me anymore. I'm going to go this way. So you do have to be very, very good in this new series of ascension energies, these new ascension blueprint testings, if you will, and initiations. You're going to have to be very okay with detaching and letting go. Because there will be, as we said earlier, every single human on this planet has a unique soul's blueprint with God to reintegrate itself back with God. God is everything. God is all religions, all people on earth, all species, all experiences, all lands, all planets, all experiences, all dimensions, all realms. It doesn't matter what we talk about. It's all God. God is reintegrating itself back within itself. So are you. You're an aspect of the micro-macro. The higher in consciousness you are, you have higher consciousness database. You have a higher consciousness refinement of your chakras. Every chakra is being upgraded and refined. And the more commandmentship of it you are, of your spirit, of your chakras, if you're doing your daily clearing, if you're doing your daily alignments, you're going to absolutely know, wow, that's a database I never tapped into. As I said earlier, my downloads are fast and furious, and I just can't write fast enough. That's why I have to do weekly videos, because the informations are coming so vast, and there's so much new information for the 5D species that it needs to go into the grids. And everybody get excited about taking the videos, making notes, going out into nature, going out into Gaia, and start reorienting yourself as a 5D species. Again, you're going to be having the energies, the codes. I'll read in my notes because they talked about codes. Words I've never heard before, and don't look them up because these words are not in our Google. You're just going to have to feel into sensually the Christed Metatronic meaning of it for you, because these are Christed codes, these are Christed words. They're not going to be on Google. You can just tune into what it means for you, and then you'll receive that through your spirit. Again, always tune in and have that discernment of your higher self, what this means for you. As I'm a Christed conduit, as I'm a Christed crystalline, I'm a crystal. So I offer crystalline codes, I offer crystalline words, and Metatron is working with me, Toth is working with me, and we're operating in these new grids. Thank you, Holy Spirit, and the 12th dimensional creators and the systems of light and the species of light. Many of you that are on the line right now will be working with different species. So again, you will be activating your ascension codes to become more intimate with animals and nature, because they are a species that help you activate multidimensional languages and multidimensional interpretations. And that will be needed for the 5D alignment and the shifts going into the Galactic New Year. Okay? So take a deep breath and feel yourself ground. Thank you, Holy Spirit. I nama karadike, shashya nama ididike. Thank you, Holy Spirit. And so we're talking about soul blueprints. And soul blueprints consist of past, present, and future timelines. Past, present, and future experiences of who you are as source creator. And remember, you have infinite aspects of source that you are. And infinite aspects of source, how we practice being source, which is how it was back in the day, how religion was introduced into a humanoid culture. It was just how we practiced understanding ourselves as spirit. And then religion wrapped it in many different boxes, and then they placed masters in those, like Buddha and Muhammad and, Jesus. They were all masters that were just multidimensional beings of Christ, a being of the source creator. And then religions packaged these masters in their religion. Religion was just a way that we practiced understanding spirit. Spirit is everything. We can practice spirit in an infinite number of ways. It doesn't make us who we are in our totality. Spirit is all things. God is all things. You are all aspects. You are all bodies. You are all versions of Source Creator. And now you're just harmonized and say, okay, I can accept that and I can be okay with that and not give credence either way to any one thing being right or wrong. All is all. Just allow yourself to be okay with the minutia of all being all. I had a different moment where I experienced myself and practiced myself as spirit. I had different terminologies, I had different knowledges. I bowed and I prayed in different ways, but now I can pray in a multiversal way, in a universal way of oneness, in a universal way of manifesting, because you want to manifest as your allness. Why would you manifest just from a limited perspective of being a Jew or a Catholic when you can manifest yourself as being all things and include that as well, inclusivity? So again, the pillars of our reality are shifting and changing because, again, the omnipresence is offering it to us. Light is being bathed every day. How you're seeing those attributes of higher consciousness is you're going to have more active and more colorful dreams because your dreams are your sub and your higher conscious harmonizing. And it's up to you every day to unpack those dreams. Your dreams are the subconscious playing itself out so that every time you're in your waking state, you can choose a more refined choice. Again, know thyself and choose to go forward in those 3 E's. So you're going to constantly be returning to those 3 E's. How do I want to explore myself today? How do I want to experience myself today? How do I want to express myself today? And that is presence. And nothing on the outer is going to sway you or knock you off or tell you who you're going to be. It doesn't matter what is projected at you. You're saying, that's not my projection. Those are your stories, not mine. And that is knowing of thyself. And that's why many of us did have to go through so much initiation and so much testing through the multiverse, because we will be leaders of the new earth. And there will be many people that will be looking for a more refined, a more accurate, more pure experience, a more clarified experience of leadership. Because it's been very muddled. There's Republican and Democrats, and all of those are very muddled experiences. We're not meant to follow any of that. Those are just, again, packages as religion was. They're just packages of the moment for us to experience who we are, but you're greater, you're grander, there's a greater totality. So why limit yourself as one expression? Allness is allness, and that's how the shifts of our entire collective will more become. They won't have separations of dissection, of beliefs or perspectives. They'll just be allness. Why not go right to the source? Why not simplify it all? All is all. And then our laws will be changing in higher refinement of higher ethics of codes, because all is all. There is never any discrimination. It's not going to be bent or swayed from one party to the other party, which is how most of our laws, judicials, medical, and even educational systems are run now. They're very swayed by whoever is in office, and that is not all. We don't have to have these genres of swaying back and forth. They're just packages we try on for a minute. It's not the totality of who we are. Your consciousness awakening, your soul's blueprint every day you wake up, there's being densities cleared, and you're refining a higher consciousness, consciousness is really your awareness of yourself as spirit. Your awareness of yourself as Metatronic. Your awareness of yourself as cosmic. Your awareness of yourself as alien. Your awareness of yourself that God is all things. It's not packaged in a little tiny religion. It doesn't matter how many people are in that religion. It doesn't make the religion big. God is all aspects. If you choose to be an atheist, God is still in you and of you. God is in your cells. God is in your DNA. So we can let go of the rhetoric that keeps us very small, and we can release the expectations for divine masculine on what they were taught, told, and shown on how to participate as being a divine masculine, because they suppressed all of their divine feminine energies of a higher wisdom. Even though many divine masculines were not fulfilling their soul's blueprint and they were not heeding spirit, because many of them chose to do things that their spirits were saying, don't do that, don't do that. But because of the social dogmatic suppressions and depressions and kind of group think and pressured, so much pressures to be certain ways and certain things, that they were going against the heeding of their spirit. And every ascension path, every ascension cycle will give you new tests. Will you stand in the voice of your spirit? That's all that matters. And the voice of your spirit is not held in the outer. That's why, again, what's your compass? Your compass is the benevolence and the profundity of your soul. Your soul is profound. Why would you want to go to a smaller outer 3D complex of rules and structure and jurisdiction when they're all corrupt? All of the 3D structures are corrupt because they're all being led, bred, and breathed by those that are corrupt. The leaders are corrupt. The systems are corrupt. People that are in the systems that say we're serving the greater good and we're protectors of the greater good, most often than not, a great percentage of them are corrupt. They're being bribed. They're being paid. They know that they're not heeding with the higher self. They know that they're not heeding with the higher consciousness, their higher conscience that says, that's not okay to take a bribe, or that's not okay to make paperwork go away. That's not okay for the innocent to keep being attacked. That's not okay for people to be trafficked. And there's elite people and financiers that are paying these people to ensure that the systems stay corrupt. So they have to fall away. We have to remake them. And all of those people that were in those experiences, every single day they're getting karma, and they're going to keep being impaled karma. The first will be last and the last will be first, because the pillars are changing. The consciousness is changing those pillars. It's not God coming in and saying, I'm going to change all your pillars. No, the consciousness of the people have said enough is enough. The all is the all, and we all know that at a soul level. At a soul level, your soul blueprints are coming forward wanting you to live them. Your soul blueprint is your contract with Source Creator God, and has nothing to do with religion. It's just a moment that you chose to practice something, and you can choose your totality if you want. So harmonize it, integrate it, accept it. Don't judge it. Don't discriminate it. Accept it as a part of your story. You are the totality of Source Creator. Every new ascension cycle, you're being given new energies to database with, to bounce back and forth with, to heal with, to expand with, to contract with. And that's why every new ascension cycle, your blueprint will ask you, how can you refine yourself in this moment to be in alignment of those 3 E's? Are you being nourished? Are you being respected? Are you being honored? Are you being valued? Are those nourishments coming back to you in reciprocation? You are the commandmentship of it. Don't wait for anybody to change it for you. Don't wait for anybody to make your justice come true. Don't wait for anybody. It's you and your alignment with Source, and Source will guide you. That's why Source showed me way back when I spoke to Jesus, when I just started all of this discrimination stuff, and I was being, shown downloads every day about all the people stealing from me and why they were stealing from the harvesting and all the secret society bullshit. And Jesus had said to me, I said, well, Jesus, it's just me, a divine feminine healer that most people don't give credit to. Most of the systems, most of the political systems, because they're all misogynistically led and they're all corrupted and they're all distorted in their divine masculine oligarchy, misogynist. They're not going to ever understand because they're so turned off of their divine feminine energies. There's been zero respect for divine feminine. There's been erasing of all levels. So it was the David and Goliath story that I was transmuting and really transforming. And Jesus had said to me, it doesn't matter, Joanna. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Jesus. That was Jesus showing Jesus. Thank you, Holy Spirit. It doesn't matter how many of the expensive elite suits that stand before you, you walk with the heavens. There is no higher truth. And evidence and the legions will ensure that whatever was hidden will come forward. The legions are the workings of the unseen, the billions of entities and energies and ancestors, elementals and Gaia manifesting, tornadoes when tornadoes need to be manifested, when somebody's going to go do something wrong to an innocent. Anything that will be manifested on behalf of the heavens to allow the divine plan to move forward, it will be manifested. And so Jesus said, it doesn't matter how many of the highest paid lawyers, Spirit even said, bring it. Because Spirit sees everything that these people do behind closed doors, and they will be called out. They're not the ones meant to be in power because they have disregarded all of the heavenly laws. They've disregarded human life. They've disregarded the blessings that God had blessed them with to begin with. Has nothing to do with religion. If they've been blessed with orders of power, if they've been blessed with orders of serving the people, and they've done nothing but corrupt, swipe, steal, take away, and hide and lie, they're not meant to be in leadership, and they'll be pulled out. Those lines of reality are being pulled out. And that too is those that have been in our histories, many timelines and many universes of secret societies and cults and covens that have abused and misused their gifts and their tools and their talents, of abusing energy, of abusing the universal laws, of abusing people in the universal laws, because they've so warped and distorted, they're so unhealed, and they're not keeping up with the light energies of ascension. The light is bathing on these people every day, and they haven't healed their 3D soul fragments to begin with. That means they're becoming more and more anxious and more disturbed. Most of them do have entity attachments because they conjure negative low vibrational energies. They manipulate energy. They play in the realm of manipulation, shape-shifting, all of those experiences where they thought they were very powerful, but all they were doing was just manipulating energy. And you can't get away with that in the higher refined dimensional light. Everything's going to be seen. You're not aligned with spirit. You're just manipulating energy. That doesn't make you powerful. It just makes you an energy bully. And all of these people and all of these people that choose witchcraft and warlockship without regard to the first two laws, every single one of them, it doesn't matter who they are and what they think they are. It doesn't matter about their ego arrogance. Their ego has nothing over the spirit and the soul will bring them down, because the soul has said, you've had enough cycles of being arrogant. You've had enough cycles of being on top. You've had enough cycles of stating that you're this big misogynist that power over others, and I'm going to sacrifice, and you're going to take people's lives because you want another ring on your robe and your belt to think that you're powerful over others and manipulate and use and abuse energy and little jars and voodoo dolls and all the things that you do to manipulate energy. You're not ranked at all. You're not aligned with your higher self. You're not following universal order, and you will not move on. And those people will be pulled out. And they are manifesting it themselves because they are going against that higher light in the vibrational reality. Constructs of creational reality is all that you do is returning back to you, and it's returning back even more quicker now because of the elastic band effect. It's a higher refined light. Every new ascension cycle, your soul fragments will show itself to you. Those soul fragments must be integrated. If they're not integrated, it becomes a great imbalance physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. How divine masculine have been imbalanced is because they've been overuse and over abusing the mental processes, which is manipulation. That's what they were taught and told and shown. The mental body can only handle so much. The mental body will not take you into ascension. You have to surrender all that you are as a multidimensional being to the higher self. And then the spirit of the higher self starts to take over and harmonize and transmute all the lower self experiences. That's what we call soul integration. But you have to do the path work. You have to do the 3 A's and the 3 E's of every soul fragment. Doing the ascension path work daily is going to be very pivotal for those that choose to align with 5D. Why are you going through what you're going through? Who are you? What are you existing within? Again, within is the omnipresence, holographic, micro, macro. You are an aspect of source being pulled back to a higher aspect of source, your higher self. Your higher self has a unique soul blueprint that is cosmic, that is alien, that is multiversal. You're working with species of light. You're working with light ships. In your sleep time and in your dream time and in your meditation time, that is your connection of the higher self. That's why we suggest, as you're moving into these new embodiments and this new bedding and this new database of dimensional reality, because they're sheaths and templates. And as you're moving into these new sheaths, you're going to be wanting to practice those higher vibrational consciousness experiences, getting more rest so that you can have that connection with your higher self. You can have those higher self moments of clearing and cleansing and reharmonizing. As I said earlier, if you want those healing sessions, you can book appointments with me and I can show you how to do that. And that's working with chambers of light, healing chambers of light, working with different healing teams, say higher vibrational healing teams, all the way up to 12th dimension, 13th dimension. All of those things are very, very valuable, and they will help you align with and heal and transcend and transmute any blockage, any density, any pattern of negativity, any pattern of toxic obsession or addictions. All of those things are clues and attributes that you need, that you have to have soul fragments integrated. So again, your life is your proof. Addictions, obsessions, jealousy, envy, all of those experiences are your shadow. You're meant to just move in and out of your shadow and integrate it. You're not meant to stay there. You're not meant to stay in the shadow. You're not meant to live from the shadow of jealousy. You're not meant to live from the shadow of gluttony. You're not meant to live from the shadow of, I'm always meant to be on top. That's my cycle between now and the time I die. That is not evolution. That is not honoring the law of one. That is not honoring your soul's honor to be a higher vibrational spirit. That's ego. That's arrogance. That's a lot of wounding. Again, those are the divine masculine pillars that are changing and shifting. And there will be souls, obviously. We see them every day. There will be souls on the planet that just refuse to heed the higher self in those tower moments, in those expressions of destruction and coming down, of jobs being lost, of homes being lost. All of those things are tower moments to have an ego death. And there will be those that would just refuse, and they will take themselves out in the most dramatic, hard way and affect many others. It's not necessary. All of these things are healable. But it's those people that are very staunch in their beliefs. They're very staunch in their misogyny. They're very staunch in their ego arrogance. They're very staunch because they have so much wounding and no sense of self. And again, it's even more, there'll be many papers and many people that will do a lot of deeper psychology and psychiatric studies on, different variations of the human testing that has gone on, low vibrational brainwashing, mind think, group think, all of those things that are so detrimental. It's the deconstruction of the sense of self, and they're so detrimental. And there'll be lots of studies on that. And this is where, again, everything that you see in your outer structures, they're all falling away and breaking away, the dark matter. Any socioeconomic, dogmatic, educational, anything that keeps the being of itself as being allness and godliness in a box and very constructed and very constricted and all of those experiences. You're meant to be flowing freely with Source Spirit every day. And your soul's blueprint is taking you there on every new day that you wake up. Thank you. I love you too, sweetie. So allow yourself to truly know that you do have a divine soul blueprint. Your soul blueprint spans every dimension, every reality, every planet, every realm of creation. In this local universe, there's 13 dimensions, and every time, every day, every single person that wakes up, it pushes out the expansion of light on the Christ consciousness, because that is that little particle of speck that is being reunited back to Source Creator, because it wants to. It wants its highest, fullest path. I want to know that my soul's blueprint is being activated and lived fully daily. That is success. That is being rich in spirit. That is the new 3 pillars. You don't have to goal yourself or orientate yourself in any lower vibrational outline. It is, no, I want to be fully fulfilled in my soul's blueprint. So that, why do we say that? It's a very important statement for those that want to be self-actualized. Your soul's blueprint, if you say that and intend that and do the 3 E's in that, I am in alignment of my highest soul's blueprint. I surrender to my higher self every day. And I will be mindful of the 3 E's. And if you say that every day, why? We gave you an experience and an example of that divine masculine that had passed on, and he had had a very rich life from a vibrational, physical perspective. What he was taught, told, and shown of the pillars that he was trained in. He was entrained as a divine masculine for those pillars to be who he was. The new pillars of the 5D is going to be different. Why? Because you're aligning with a higher version. You're aligning with the higher self, so that when you do have a Passover, or when you do Passover into higher vibrational spirit, every day you do that. Or if you have an exit of a physical and back into another physical evidence, because people do that all the time. It's just a matter of what your perspective is of earth and life and death. That higher perspective is, yeah, I was absolutely living my soul's blueprint. I didn't need to go back and have any regrets. I lived a fulfilling life. I know that I loved deeply. I know that I loved unconditionally. I know absolutely I gave when I didn't have to give, but I did anyways because it served the greater good. I was aligned with a set of morals. I was aligned with a set of ethics that were the jurisdiction of the heavens and nowhere else. So I know I lived a very rich, fulfilling life. That is my soul's blueprint. And your soul's blueprint will challenge you with that. Your soul's blueprint will say, here's the new database. Here's the new energy. Here's the new codes. Here's the new source essence. Because remember, every new spiral of source essence in the universe that you're working in, the localized universe, some of us are multiverse. Every new localized thread of dimension that you're going into, this is why understanding your soul blueprint is so important in the quantumness and the micro-macro and the holographic experience of God. Everything that you're moving back and forth, everything that you're moving back and forth in this new vibration of Source Creator, this new energy of omnipresence, the database, if you will, you're given new light codes to manifest with. That's why Ascension is a process. You have to release old beliefs, old perspectives, old patterns, old dogmatic experiences. You have to clear your chakras. In a refined vessel of multidimensionality, your refined vessel is going to be prepared for those new codes. That new database is going to be able to hold itself within itself. You're going to understand where you are. You're going to take on those new codes with vibrancy, with understanding, as creator gods do. This is the new templates for new earth. It won't have anything to do with what we used to do. It'll be the acceptance and the honoring of it and inclusivity of all of our soul's lessons. And it's going to be of a higher vibration and entrainment. We have to entrain ourselves into be higher vibrational. That's why every ascension cycle of your soul's blueprint, you do have to entrain yourself higher and higher and higher. You won't ascend if you're continually practicing lower vibrational experiences. If you refuse to take yourself out of the lower vibrational patterns and the lower vibrational group think and lower vibrational cults and covens, you're not going to ascend because your energy of that omnipresence has not changed. Again, if you do any of the research, do your own research. Do your own research about plants, botany, and water. I think his name is Amaguchi. I can't remember his name. He's a Japanese scientist. He does studies on the effects of water and water crystals. And there are also studies on botany, on energy, to botany and to live life, live matter life, because we are all really essences of botany. We're just variations of botany. Source creator botany, source creator holographic experiences. And everything moving forward to be spiritually aligned into the highest version of your higher soul's blueprint, if you so wish. If you don't, every person on earth is in their unique version of their earth timeline. Epstein-like earth timelines will not co-create with 5D earth timelines. They will be pulled out and moved away. They'll be pulled out and moved away because the vibrational equations are too mismatched. And this is where that's God's promise. If you choose to live in your highest soul's blueprint, if you choose to live with your higher soul's alignment, God will assist you equal measure and make sure that everything is getting moved out of the way as you're putting in the work. Again, the elevator is always there. It's up to you to get in the elevator and push the button. It will always be equal measure, but you have to do the work. Staying in the same environment of degradation, of energetic bullying and the games that have been played in the corruptive 3D experience, they're all falling away. And the longer you stay there, the more towers that you will exist in and you will experience. And that is just the mechanic equation of energy. And again, do your own research. Look up the studies on water. If anybody wants to put his name in the chat box there, that would be great. That's what the chat boxes are meant to be. Chat boxes are not meant to bring rhetoric of religion, questions, and back and forth, for me to pay attention to you. I don't talk about religion on this channel. And so if you wish if you wish to have those on your podcast, go find somebody else. My channel is for those that are ascending. I will not pay attention to anybody that is on the line trying to veil themselves as voodooists and black magicians and trying to send energy to my throat chakras and my chakras. You're going to be moved out, and all of your IP addresses are being watched and tracked by the authorities. And all your stuff is being sent back. So every new soul's blueprint, we want to talk about this because it's very important, and I've got some channeled notes I'm going to try and fly by. Every person on this planet has a unique soul's blueprint. Your soul's blueprint consists of your pillars of your reality that are going to be from here on out. What are the pillars of your reality? They are your sacred trinity, period. How you interact and how you align and how you have the direction, intention, and focus, that's how you create your reality. Direction, intention, and focus. All of your energy, all that you are, direction, intention, and focus. That's how you manifest. Are you rich in spirit, or is it 3D low vibrational old ways? And that's okay. Own where you are. There's no judgment. The 3 pillars of your reality is that sacred trinity. And you're directing, intending, and you're focusing the 3 A's and the 3 E's. That is the evolution of the new higher vibration. That is your soul blueprint always in action. Your soul blueprint always consists of the sacred trinity, your connection with the heavens and all you belong with the heavens, your species, your celestial teams, your alien teams, the angels, the masters, all the beings of all creation, ever lifting you up, ever lifting you up, ever lifting you up. Activations on your Merkaba, activations on your DNA, activations on your multidimensional systems. Why? Knowing yourself as a multidimensional being, knowing yourself as a multidimensional essence, and the data that you move within, the higher consciousness you are, the higher dimensional codes of the database you have access to. Again, as we said our last show, you cannot be operating in a low vibrational hate, jealousy, envy, greed because you haven't done your healing. You don't care to do your healing. You're abusing the laws. You're abusing people. You're abusing yourself. You cannot get from that vibration into a higher coded vibration. You just can't. There's gonna be so much disconnection, and your brain will not understand. Your brain in and of itself has to go through upgrades. Your teams work with you every single ascension cycle. Every new cycle of ascension, your teams have in their little checklist, if you will, of their help with you. They can't move you along and give you those brains in the cerebral cortex, corpus callosum. They can't do those upgrades in your brain. Usually the seventh dimensional beings are the ones that do that. Your teams, your healing teams, your brain teams, if you will. They can't do those upgrades and enhancements if you're not clearing out those lower experiences. And why, as we said earlier, those that are really those that are really excited in the 3 E's to keep moving forward in 5D alignment, there's going to be less and less connection with those that are not. Because they cannot get themselves out of the religious box. They cannot get themselves out of segmenting, discriminating, separating, and judging. And that's where they're going to stay. And they're going to have less and less interaction with the ones that are truly on 5D force. Because 5D force is the force that's pulling you. That's source creator. That's your soul's blueprint. There's no judgment either way, but you have to understand the mechanics of energy. Yes, thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Yes, Emoto, thank you. And there are lots of studies. I think he's written 2 books. I think he's passed away. He passed away, I think, in the last 5 years. But he has people that continue his studies of the water studies, because we're 97% water. All that we are as celestial, highly, this part of the galaxy anyways. And you hear Bashar talk about this way back in one of his older Bashar channelings about aspects of space and the segments of space and the species that are in certain segments of space and what that segment of space operates within quantumly and life species wise. And that's why our specific segment of space, it is highly water based. We have a lot of our conscious because it's where the most growth is required. And Christ consciousness and the highest light codes move through water the fastest and most purest. So therefore, this aspect of space has to have a lot of water in it. That's how we have to ascend and expand. The closer you are to source creator, the less and less water so if you need, because you're already higher light. So I hope that makes sense. If not, there's lots of research out there. You can do your own research. Everything is a mechanic of ascension. It's a mechanic of your light base. It's a mechanic of the operations of quantum reality, of creational reality. Everything is about light. Your consciousness is activated in every new day, and it is aligned purely with, if you so choose, you have to intend it, and working with your teams in connection and relationship of your soul's blueprint. You're going to be guided in new ways, as we said earlier, to be more aware of the codes, the dynamics of the codes of that database. Every higher rung you go into, it's a new database of source creator. Your teams are downloading specifically for you and your soul blueprint what you need for that new session of soul experiences. For me, I've been intending and asking more celestial codes. I've been intending and asking for more alien constructs to anchor so that I can anchor through my being, my multidimensional beingness, into that new earth template. Because it is going to be highly hybridized. I know that because I know the teams I work with. I know my blueprint. I work with God every day. I understand the codes, and I know I understand the things that I see as a conduit. I understand the templates. I understand the threading. It's like a soup. I see the soup. I see the ingredients of the soup. I see the spices in the soup. As I talk about sandwich, it's the same thing. The omnipresence is the soup. The omnipresence is the sandwich. So when God takes you on a detour in that particular soul ascension blueprint, don't judge it. Don't resist it. You know, every new rung of ascension, release resistance and judgment. Surrender to your higher self. There's a reason why you're being taken on that detour. I've said oftentimes that I was taken on so many detours the past 6 years because I was the one that brought light, being a conduit, being a crystal. I was the one that brought light to places that there was not that Christ consciousness information there. What I teach is a Christ consciousness wisdom like Jesus did. Jesus's teachings are within the grids. And they awakened a lot of us that came with Christ consciousness coding. And we're just continuing a greater Christ consciousness code. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. And those Christ consciousness codes, make no mistake about it, we're channeling right now. So if those of you want to open up with breath, place your feet on the floor. Take a deep breath and see yourself being bathed with crystal white light. And we're aligning you with each person and your teams. Call forward your higher self, call forward your healing teams and your guides and the healing angels through the highest benevolence of the divine order. Highest benevolence, divine order aligns you with your higher self always. So you can just have that mantra throughout your day. I'm aligning with my higher self. I'm aligning with divine order and the highest level of benevolence. I'm aligned with my highest divine order, highest level of divine benevolence. That is your higher self. Your higher self is always connected with the Holy Creator, Mother, Father, God. The Mother, Father, God is your higher self in the highest aptitude and capacity of wherever you are at in your own consciousness. If you want to learn how to be more fluid with your consciousness, you can book in a session with me and we can go and we can tap into where you're at right now in your Akashic healing, your lineage healing, where are you at in your sacred trinity, and we help you break those blocks and boundaries. We help you break whatever it is through divine masculine and divine feminine energies that you're right now working on. And your teams and your spirit guides and your energies and your animals and all the things that is multidimensional God blessings and God's gifts. God is so sweet in God's blessing for you. God will give each and every person on this planet and every aspect of life. And this is how profound God is. And I love speaking about God and the blueprint for every species. Every aspect of life has its own unique divine soul blueprint. God knows what's going on in every moment that there might be an extinction. And every moment there might be something going on that sends a red flag to God. There are beings and species brought in to maintain balance. Why law of balance is the number 2 balance. It's quantum. If there is something going on that needs a red flag, God will bring it in and make sure it's there. God will make sure that there is a divine heavenly teacher to bring forward higher consciousness teachings, to bring forward higher consciousness light, to bring forward high consciousness codes so that you can break the box of being in a red flag. You don't want to keep manifesting from patterns. That's a red flag. Patterns show you it's time to wake up, it's time to transcend. That's what a pattern is. A pattern shows you that you're meaning to break through it. You're not the pattern. You are the light within it to break it and make something new. 3 E's. You create your reality through direction, intention, and focus, pulsating into new timelines, new templates, new databases of Christ consciousness, new databases of God essence. God will bring every single person, no matter where they're at, no matter what they've done. Wherever that being is at, those beings, you are Holy Christ, you are the Holy Christ, you are the Holy Christ, that sacred child within you that was meant to be more, meant to express more, meant to know more, meant to heighten your creativity, meant to heighten all that you are. That is God. And God will make sure you have angels, you have teams, you have experiences, you have beings that are brought before you, you have detours. You have all that you need to be your highest soul's blueprint. You are meant to be full. You are meant to be expansive. You are meant to be dynamic. You are meant to be Christic. Christic means you are a crystal. Christic means you are eternal. Christic means you are infinite. Christic means you're breaking all boxes. Christic means you're breaking all molds. As Jesus said, it matters not what is in the human form, in the physical form standing before you. You walk with the heavens. That is a mantra of knowing. That is a multidimensional statement. As I am, it so is. As I am, I am. I am the codes of a higher name. I am the codes of a higher blueprint. I am all that is God allowing. I'm equal measure. Matters not what is before you. Matters not what has money and whose their names are. God knows exactly what each of them do behind closed doors. Means nothing to anybody. Break through the bullying. Break through what you thought those constructs were that kept you small. Fitting into social order. Fitting into low vibrational social dogma. Fitting into low vibrational social behaving. No, you are meant to be dynamic in your behavior. Live as a spirit. When you are truly in your spirit, as you see Joanna move in and out of her higher self, the higher self expression is much more pure, dynamic, sacred. It's more immediate. That's expressing as spirit. That's the alignment of spirit. There is a difference, dear lighted ones. You've been conformed to behave in lower vibrational ways. That's okay. Own it, accept it. Now move on. You're going to have a new minutia to work with. How are you going to be in that minutia? Are you going to try and conform that minutia to lower vibrating behaviors? Why would you? Why would you go to a theme park and say, we only want to go on that one ride in that theme park? That's all that theme park will have is one ride. No, you want to be dynamic as spirit. Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. Align with your higher self. It's expansive. All beings, all species. And you're going to have those breaking of the densities that will say, I remember my insectoid life. It's bringing me this. It's bringing me this. It's bringing me this. Who are you? What you exist within? What's going on within you? That database is changing. Every day it changes. Believe it or not, it's up to you. We don't care.
Your reality is your reality. We're showing you how to infuse a new higher vibrational reality. It's there for you. It always is. The Mother, Father, God are always giving you all that you need to transform anything before you. You have all the gifts. It's always within. Nothing outer is ever needed. Ever. You never, ever have to take, steal, pillage, rape, or be violent in any way. That's how you know someone is aligned or not. If they're behaving in those lower vibrational ways, they're very wounded. They refuse to heal. They can heal if they so choose. Everything on your planet is healable. Joanna's been talking about this for many years. But the leaders that construct your reality that you've given power to continue to vibrate in the same patterns of conformity, giving your power away and believing in it. No, you're vibrational beings of infiniteness, so be it. As your name is, dear lighted ones, your name is connected with your soul's blueprint. Your soul's blueprint is expansive and dynamic, and it changes every day. If you have a relationship with who you are and your higher self, what makes you excited? What makes you joyous in your connection? What makes you joyous in connection with the database of God? What makes you excited to be entrained in new higher vibrational ways and feeding yourself in new vibrational ways? New codes of intentional becoming. Your intentional becoming must take practice, dear lighted ones. Return to center and align. Every new ascension cycle, your brain will be updated and enhanced. It must be, because you're going to let go of linearity. You're going to let go of that was then, this is now. Past, present, and future. Did you know, dear lighted ones, that when you see a picture, you're manifesting it? Even if that picture was taken what you say in the past, you're manifesting it right now. The picture exists right now. These are things that we want you to get used to mind-bending your way around. It's not going to be logical. That is your multidimensionality. That's why your brain needs to be enhanced. Your teams know what they do, what they're doing with your brain enhancement, and you can tune in and you can have channels with them and you can download those packets of information. And Joanna does this all the time. She's very inquisitive about what's going on in the brain. How come things just aren't there anymore? Because you don't need it. It's taking up space. You're a high vibrational being. Tap into high vibrational codes. The database is different. We want you to think differently, dear lighted ones, like a high vibrational being. What you manifest is there right now. It might have been a past experience. That experience is what you call a memory. That memory is just like what we've said, is a psyche experience. It's a little dot in the vastness of who you are that you must integrate. And you're creating that picture right now. That's what a memory is. It's not a linear experience. You call it linear, but that's not what it is. It's just a psyche experience in your field. You're pulling it forward, just as Joanna does with channeling. Just as if you want to connect with the Pleiadians or the insectoids of the Pleiadians or the bird people of the Pleiadians. There's infinite Pleiadian species. Which vibration do you want to connect with? This is where we want you to get more refined. The database is more refined now. You got to be very clear with your direction, intention, and focus of energy. And when you do so, you're playing with the allness of God. You're allowing the allness of God. You're not breaking the laws of one because you know that all that you do affects another. And if you choose to continue to break the laws of one and use energy as weapons and use energy in those aspects of Epstein agendas, if you will, and how to target and weaponize human consciousness and human enlightenment and human honoring of energy, and if those that choose to do that, you'll be moved out right away. And you will be on your Epstein Earth where you can play that with each other. And then you will take each other into extinction because that's your intention. Play and have at it, but you will not take the innocents. You will not take those that have done the pathwork. You will not destroy them with you. And that is God's promise. Make no mistake about that. Oh, arrogant ones. We've told you for many years now. You've been given great power and great monies and great resources. And what have you done with it? You've tried to weaponize the most sacred. Shame on you. You will be dealt with in your karma that is unfolding day by day. And these are just the mechanics, dear lighted ones. Play ignorant in higher light and see what happens. Light is intelligent and it will take you out in its own way. You're manifesting it with your intention. Purity of heart is everything. Life will show you your intention. Don't blame anybody, it's your intention. Perhaps heal. Perhaps stop being a criminal. Perhaps stop being an arrogant person that wants to dominate others and try and weaponize everything that you can. How is that intelligent? How is weaponizing anything intelligent? It is of a very, very low barbaric experience. And is that who you choose to be in your story? When you pass over, because you will, every day you do, and if you were smart, you would do this. Every day you pass over, Is it intelligent that I allowed myself to be this, this, and this today? How can I be this, this, and this right now? How can I be this, this, and this tomorrow? How can I align with a higher consciousness of beingness? If you so choose. Or not, you'll be moved. The innocent will no longer be tampered with. And that is our promise. And everybody upon earth has their own free will. Do you choose to align with the elevator that God and the database that God and the energy and the love and the omnipresence that God and Gaia, your sacred trinity, offers you in every new day? Those are your pillars now, dear lighted ones. Shake everything out. It's not needed. You're going to have to take yourself to a higher vibrational consciousness and jurisdiction. It's up to you. Every person on your planet is given these same opportunities. And God is so very gracious, giving people infinite chances to alter course and find love within. To alter course and let go of the strings and the domination you thought someone had to be in your story. They don't have to be in your story. Their choice and their free will is their free will, and we will honor it. Because their expansion is the highest priority of all evolution. That's what matters, is the evolution of each species within all Earth contracts. And that will absolutely 100%, without question, without wavering of a moment. It will be honored. And the billions will manifest this in protection of it. Because the arrogance of 3Ds that choose to keep pulling and pushing and pulling and pushing, you will not have an ounce of sway. And you have been told this. You're not ranked. The right use of free will, non-interference, is your number one law. Start practicing it within thyself first. Every day, who are you? What do you exist within? And what's going on inside of you? Suss it out. Accept it, acknowledge it, bring it in for integration. Because you're going to need higher vibrational mind thought to enter into 5D. There's a greater database there, and your mind's going to have to move in different ways. Why? Well, because it's fun. Why would it be anything less? Isn't that where you should begin first, delighted ones? When you're awakening and when you're ascending, you absolutely know you're seeking more fun, you're seeking more joy. That's the higher self. That's how you know you're aligned. If you're not seeking more joy, you're not aligned. If you're not being full in spirit, if you're not being vibrant in your beauty, you're not being vibrant in your richness, if you're not being vibrant in your speech, if you're not being vibrant of the spirit that wants to speak, if you're not being vibrant in your passion of creation, if you're not being vibrant in your passion of expression, why do it at all? And some of them want to keep you that way. They want to keep you small. They want to keep you in a box. They want to keep you from speaking. Because they know that your voice has great power. That's why your platforms have been suppressed. That's why you've been hidden. Nobody wants to know you. And they keep pressing those imprints and projections at you. Nobody wants to know you. Your voice is not important. Your ideas are not important. You're nothing. You're nothing. You're nothing. Yes, I am. My jurisdiction is the heavens, and I'm a multiverse being. Watch me glow. And I ain't going to sit down. I'm just getting started. I'm just getting up. And when I get up, I'm a giant. And that's my soul. Because I know my integration, I walk on all realms. I feel it. I'm touching beings of the highest vibrations. I'm touching the lowest aspects in the darkness. Why? Because they have a place. They're the soils that we nourish all life in. Why? Because that's where they prefer to be, and they're okay with it. And you respect it all. You don't conjure them and call them into a vibrational experience just so you can have power. That's not power, dear lighted ones. That's being a coward. Because you're not willing to face who you are and healing it. Power over others is not a ranking. And that's what divine masculine must heal. Divine masculine imprints are competition and power. That's ego. That's unsafety, because you don't know what to do now because you're ascending. And your little monkey mind doesn't know how to do and how to be in an ascending experience. And that's born that way. It's perfect that way. That's how God designed it. Because you're not getting the data. Why? Because it's multidimensional. It's Christic. It's light. And you're operating from low vibration darkness. As we said, the darkness will self-implode. It's just the mechanics of light. Why? Because the datas, the codes aren't talking to each other. They're not communicating. They're not getting it. I don't get you. I don't understand what you're saying. Because you're in a darkness. You got to break away the density. You got to integrate your light. You got to integrate your soul fragments. And when you do that, you have a high capacity, a high aptitude. You're working in high consciousness, higher codes, higher data. High vibrational beings have higher thought forms. They're working at a capacity to download much information all at once, 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 and you only have one mouth to speak it out. But you're learning higher capacity ways to communicate that don't Don't say words and sentences. You're going to be creating new ways to communicate because you're faster oscillating beings. Why what Joanna teaches is so pivotal? And why has her channel been suppressed? Because they don't want you to know how great you are. They don't want you to know how much light and daddy that you can be if you so choose, just to get out of your healing. The lower vibrational mind will not show you how to move through ascension. It just won't. The lower vibrational mind will not show you how to move through ascension. It just won't. And you will go into psychosis, mental imbalance, mental psychopathy. You will go into sociopathy. You will go into schizophrenia. You will go into disorders. You will go into breaking and psychosis. You will go into whatever the brain needs to go into to tell you you're not working from a higher state of consciousness. Your higher self will know how to do it and what to do and how to do this higher database of codes. It's very rich and pure. The mental body for the divine masculine is being overworked, and they're trying to find a way how to survive in these new light codes. And this is why the pillars must change, because most of your reality has been made on divine masculine energies, thought forms, behaviors, and beliefs, and dogmatic systems that aren't working in this higher light. It doesn't make sense, because your soul knows there's something higher and better and more refined. Because you're a soulful being, you're not a low vibrational separative being that wants to be controlled by misogynistic rule. You're now aligning with the laws of one. That is the higher vibration. That's Christed vibration, when you can be any energy all at once. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't it feel good? Why would you want to be small in just one piece of being? You're trying to keep that version of your soul into a small package. It's not going to work. You're training yourself to be higher vibrational light, and the pillars are going to change. It has to, because the data is better, higher, refined, more capacity, filled with love and light and oneness and unity. Unity consciousness is all things. Unity consciousness is all things. Unity consciousness is God, is source, is all things. It's you. And when you get that and you harmonize that and you sing with that and you experience that and you express that, that's who you are. It feels so good. And you become, as what we said this week, in a very dynamic post that was a download that Joanna wrote. One line, one sentence, that's spirit. Where have all the stars gone? The stars that you have seen in your entertainment business have been of the 3D constructs, and they've lost their way to manifest in the pure alignment of their spirit because they haven't been shown how to expand into a 5-dimensional expression of creative genius. And this is what Joanna teaches and offers. Where have all the stars gone? Many of them have been fooled because of their constructs and their pillars that they chose to remain hidden behind and in. And many of the entertainment world, as you have seen, pull out and be pulled out and be sussed out and break down and ego death and dark nights of the soul death so that they can know and face their own corruptions of their own spirit that they chose. Those that do magic and sacrificing and buy into these secret Weinstein cycles of underground secret society bullshit. To sell their creative genius so they can have power and status and stardom. Does that sound intelligent, delighted ones? We want you to draw that out. If you have a creative talent and you wish to be of great magnitude of sharing, that should be the only purity of heart. And if it's anything different, and if it's anything else, then you know that you are egoically aligned and you have much healing to do. Remember, are you aligned in ego? Are you aligned in spirit? Spirit is the alignment. I have a great joy. I have great offerings. I have great passion. I have great creativity. How may I share? I'm so excited to share. That, my friends, is spirit. That, my friends, is showing you the difference in vibration. That, my friends, is showing you that you already are a star. It doesn't come from an outside construct of being on stage and having 1 million people watch you. That does not make you a star. You're spiritually aligned. That is your pillar of light. The heavens have blessed you. Your DNA has blessed you. Your lineage has blessed you. You're aligned in who you are as a spirit. You're aligned in who you are as a creative genius. And now you're going to share it because it just makes you so happy. Why Joanna gets on every week without being paid, without being shown, without any outer constructs. She is a star. That's why she's highly ranked in all of the heavens, because she offers her purity of genius. She offers how she is as excitement. She offers the Christic code to all those that so desire. She's infusing imprints into the new grids. It makes her so happy. That's how you know she is a star, and she comes with a great soul, and it shines and it glows. And sometimes people get even sick standing around her because they're so low in their greed and their jealousy and their envy, and they can't stand the light. And that's okay. That in and of itself is a growth. That in and of itself is a breaking of reality. When you own your truth, accept your truth, engage in your truth, that is the data. That makes you a star. Those that sell themselves out for false importance and false pillars, that is what you absolutely know will bring you an ego death, and why those pillars have to come down, and why those will be brought forward to say and to show and to be the corruptions that they have been. And how many people have passed away practicing sacrifices, practicing voodoo, practicing death wishes? All of those people are being shown their own karma, and they have very few opportunities to alter course and on the path of creational ascension or not. Because that will never give you ranking, that will never give you stardom. Your pillars of reality are changing and shifting every day. And it is the expression of who you are as a soul, period. That makes you a star. Whether you are a painter, whether you are a poet, whether you are a writer, that is your alignment and download with your higher self. Are you aligned with your higher self? Yes or no? Take a deep breath. I am a Kesha, and I'm a kid, the Kema, the Kesha, and I'm a cut of the Kale, I'm a cut of the Kesha, and I am my edit Kesha, and I get a Maragate, and I'm a cut of the Kesha, and I'm a guide the Kane, and I'm a guide the Kesha, and I the Kesha. Take a deep breath. I call in my higher self. Holy decay. I call in all soul fragments. I call in light, all energy that is mine, all light that is mine. I call it into my center. I call it into my center. I call in all that I am to the center of my being. I call in thought, words, and deed into my center of my being. I am a star. I am the Holy Creator. I am an aspect of the Holy Creator. I am aligned with my purity of my higher self. I am aligned with my soul's blueprint. I am aligned just with me, and only me. My teams are with me. My guides are with me. My higher self is all that I am. I'm aligned with a higher code of light. I'm aligned with a higher code of ethics. I'm aligned with a higher code of data, of the Holy Christ, of Metatronic light, of everything that I need to be activated within my DNA, within my honor, within my mind, and the higher self. I am guided by my higher self and my higher self only. That is my compass. And place your hand on the center of your chest. Take a deep breath of holy light. And if you so desire, the highest marriage that you have is with you and Source Creator. That is your compass. That is your marriage. Nothing comes in between that. That is your gold, God, spark. It never goes away. And it's up to you to build that relationship and connect with that daily. And that is your higher self. And that will infinitely allow you to be your creative genius in every new session and every new ascension cycle. You're leveling up every new cycle. That's why you have cycles. Cycles of death, cycles of rebirth, cycles of letting go, cycles of integration, cycles of ingathering, cycles of healing. Cycles, 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 cycles. You must understand cycles. Cycles are not patterns. Cycles are the expansion of who you are as light. And your light is expansive. Your light is new. The codes are new. The embellishment is new. It's called embellishment. It's the omnipresence. It's the divine intelligence. That is what makes life grow. And God is offering every new moment, reconnection. Reconnection in all that is life. The birds, the insects, the trees, the water, the air, that is Source Creator. That is Source Creator. Source Creator is your connection every moment. And that is all you need. You never need. Thank you, sweetie, for joining us. Thank you. Go about your day in alignment of your highest soul blueprint and have that as your mantra. I move about my day in my highest soul blueprint. I am aligned as my higher self. I align as my higher self. I align as my higher self. Nothing outside of you dictates, gives you rules, gives you agendas, gives you little boxes that you must fit within. And if you are choosing to do that, then you will always be limited and you will always be suppressed, because those are not the pillars of 5D. And that's okay. That's where you're at. Own it. But just know it's not where your destiny is. Your destiny is not held in outer things. Your destiny is not held in outer misogyny. Your destiny is not held in old oligarchy. Your destiny is not held in political arenas. of 3D political arenas and 3D back and forth fighting and all the pitting against each other in competition. And those are the wounds that divine masculine must heal. And that is integrating the utter self-love and utter self-acceptance, because there is no competition in ascension. If you are being purely spiritually aligned, there will never, ever, ever be a moment that you wish to compete. And if you do think there's competition, if you act and behave in competition in any way, whether it's a business or whether it is your spiritual work or vocation, if there is an ounce of competition coming in your moment and you're constantly comparing and judging yourself to others, then you must sit back and integrate and call in your higher self and love yourself and forgive yourself and realign yourself with your highest soul's blueprint and your higher self. And that is how you heal competition and comparing yourself. Why do you compare? Because you don't have a solid sense of self, knowing thyself. When you know yourself very well, you don't care what other people are doing, saying, or being. You are that you are. I am that I am. And all else is just the movie playing itself out, based on others' choices, others' vibrations, and based on similar particles you have in your field. And it's up to you to choose and discern and navigate in and around. You set that standard. And that's why, knowing yourself, you set higher vibrational standards. Divine Feminine are increasingly creating new templates because we are setting a new higher vibrational set of standards. We are now showing Divine Masculine, who are you now? Because we're expecting Divine Masculine to show up in different ways. The expectations of masculine changing. Integrity. And anybody that's getting into a relationship and you're if you think that you're ready for a relationship and you're interacting in that, have that be as your compass. Why would you have another person's compass of where they're aligning and it's very low vibrational? Why would you continue that interaction? Because your pillars are totally different, and it will enable you to see the discrepancies, and the equations and the math between that are just not matching up. There is no alignment. That's why every new ascension blueprint, you're going to have people come and go, and you get to choose. Are the pillars of the same standing, and is the vibration of a similar meshing? As we showed you earlier, and I gave you that in my last week's video, my chakra systems, because they're refined and they've gone through upgrades, my brain has been enhanced, it's gone through upgrades. The people that are going to come before me, the people I'm going to work with and collaborate with, I need certain things to be equally nourished. And even though they might not be biophysically, quantumly similar, because I am a teacher, I'm a leader, I'm a healer, I'm helping people level themselves up. God is bringing me those celestials in the unseen and all of those other energies in the Gaia biosphere that I get that higher vibrational energy for, because all that I am as a multidimensional being, I need that. I need that. My body, my codes, my celestial codes, I need that. So my pulsations of my codes, the database has just been changed. My inner database, the outer database, the omnipresent, all of that has been changed and upgraded and shifted. Therefore, I'm going to need that in return. So that is just sending, as we said, God knows what God's doing. All you have to do is align with your pillar of light within. What are your pillars right now? Your pillars are your sacred trinity. 3 E's, 3 A's, directing, intending, and focusing those intentions and pulsations of your creative expression. And that is what they said earlier about where have all the stars gone. Many of the stars have sold themselves to lower vibrational programs and agendas because they thought that was what they wanted from an ego standpoint, to show the world how great they are, when they were not proving to themselves within themselves as a spirit how great they are. They had zero connection with spirit, zero connection with their higher self. And you can go through a list of all the stars that are going through whatever they're going through right now, not to judge or anything, but to say these are the stars that are not connected from a spiritual point of view. There's zero higher self-alignment. It doesn't matter if they're doing a world tour, if they're doing this or that, it doesn't matter. That world tour does not make them aligned. If they're doing something for a publicity stunt, which we've seen much, and the whole entertainment field is going to change, because we're now aligning to a 5D database. That 5D database is purely spirit, is purely higher self. 3 E's, 3 A's. That's what makes you a star. Are you expressing yourself in your highest form? Yes or no? If you hold back in any way, of your throat chakra and speaking what needs to be spoken, of changing the reality when it needs to be changed, of speaking the highest truth when it's your highest truth, then that's where you need to start, because that is your own stardom. Is absolutely 100% 24/7 honoring your throat chakra. That is your spirit's voice. Your chakras hold power and wisdom. And it's not power over others. Thy voice is thy will. And thy will is over my body, my consciousness, my everything. That's why all of those that have been attacking me in all those secret societies, they have done so much attacking on my throat chakra. Because they know that my chakra and my voice and my intention of my highest Christhood, I call in reality. I alter everything that I speak. I alter everything that I walk upon, and they know that. That's why they always attack my throat chakra. And that's why me as a star will be on stage speaking the truth of the Holy Spirit. Because that's my gift. And nothing in 3D, no matter how many spells and how many attacks and how many weaponizations they try and do in their Epstein agendas of sickness, they will not ever change who I am as a destiny. And they're not going to take anything from me, and they're not going to steal my destiny. They're not going to destiny swap, and they're not going to steal something before it comes to me in all the other timelines that they have fucked me over. Because God is moving them out. God said enough. You cannot keep hurting, harming, and manipulating and utterly degrading God's most beautiful, precious gifts. I am precious, and I will absolutely create the database that is required for all new life. And so too is each and every one of you. That is why when I speak and I come on for these universal offerings, my highest intention is the offering of the Holy Mother Father and these new potentials for all of humanity. It is never self-aggrandizing. I confirm, and I'm very sure about who I am, and those that want me to be small and want me to be held in bondage and held in their conformed stories and their conformed narratives, they're living on old versions of me. They're living on old versions of Divine Feminine to be controlled and manipulated and dominated. And how dare Divine Feminine come forward in the voice of the Holy Christ? Make no mistake about it, my voice will be seen and heard and felt across all nations, in all dimensions and all universes. That has nothing to do with ego. That is who I am as a soul. And nothing in 3D will suppress it. YouTube will get fined and sued for suppressing my channel in all the ways that I've sent them feedback, and I've shown them blatant proof of the pilfering that's going on with my videos. Over half of the videos, when I click off to when they're uploaded, over half of them are taken to some other channel, and I'm not seeing, there's zero coming to me. I've been paid not one penny from anybody out of 17 years of Ascension work. Nobody's been given permission. Nobody's been given my signature. Nobody has been beside me on this journey. They've been attacking me to bring me down, derail me, to break me so that I stay with them in these lower vibrational constructs of secret society bullshit and coven and cult bullshit, and attacking people and sacrificing people to make sure that they get their way, but everybody else falls and fails. How is a cycle like that? Is that intelligent? Does it sound intelligent that you have to take and hurt and harm and kill and sacrifice people to see yourself so-called have a new rung in the ladder, and you think that that's going to get you somewhere, and you're sacrificing whatever the reasons are for sacrificing voodoo, magic, manipulating energy, and all the schemes and the tactics and all of those lower vibrational things that's done. Draw it out on a piece of paper. Does it sound logical? Does it sound intelligent that you have to take, harm, and kill to get something that you think is going to be you, and you're going to take someone's stardom and someone's fame or destiny? Does it sound right when you're standing on stage and you are absolutely not that at all? At a soul level, that is not who you are. The data within you is not that at all. That's why none of these people will ever stand with me on stage, because that's not them at all. Their data is darkness. Their data is misalignment. Their data is not knowing who they are. Their data is wounding of jealousy, envy, and greed, and that's why they attack. That's why they attack their magic. That's why they attack with voodoo. That's why they attack to have your chakras all screwed up. That's why they attack you to go into cancer and poverty and ugliness and cock blocking and all of the infinite things that they have done. And in lower vibrational timelines, that was okay, because nobody saw them for who they are. And in this light, everybody will see those that are not aligned with their higher self. Your higher self would never, ever, ever have you magic spell anybody to get something that you think is yours, that you have not earned.
what they do to attack me. They don't think I'm meant to be where they don't think that I deserve to be where I deserve to be, is because they are so lack in themselves. They have not had a they don't care to look at who they are. They project all that lack onto me because they cannot stand to see themselves for who they are, and the hate that they have done and the things that they have imploded on others and the damages that they have done by their attacks. Everybody will have to face the damages that they have done. Every time a black spell and a black magic and voodoo and conjuring is done in the house, the children are affected. And these people actually know that, and they absolutely start harvesting from the children. And they start using the children's energy to veil them so they don't look guilty and they don't look like the demons and the deeds that they are. They've been using and abusing the innocent for a very long time. These elites have been harvesting anybody and anybody that they can. And the elite harvesting is what we've seen in the entertainment business now being pulled out. That pillar of entertainment business, the pillar of entertainment, the pillar of what we were taught, told, and shown, people wanting to be stars and people wanting to be seen and people wanting to be influencers. You know that they are not aligned if they are doing it from an ego perspective, from a no sense of self, and they are not doing it from the spiritual soul infused, influenced experience, because you're doing it because you just must share. That is a star. And that is what will be stars that will now be seen in our sky, metaphorically on stage. We will have new TV shows. We will have new movies because it will be directly aligned with the 3 E's. That is a star. And they will not sell out to low vibrational sacrificial beings that want to make them party and sell their soul and sell them into bondage contracts and take them out to parties and disconnect them from their spiritual self and disconnect them from their higher order and disconnect them from their higher divine pillars and disconnect them from their soul's blueprint. Disconnect. That's how you know that's the devil. And the devil will work its way into the contracts. And little bit by little bit by little bit by little bit, you sell your soul. Because that's their intention. They want you to be under contract with them and in bondage with them. And you can say, no, I'm an absolutely sovereign creative genius. I'm a creative consultant all on my own, and I drop my own contracts. These are my pillars. These are my sustenance. This is my maintenance. And yes, it's okay to go and have fun and go party once in a while, but that is not your foundation. That is not your database. When you are higher vibrationally aligned, you absolutely put the fear of Jesus in each and every one of these people, because that code of Jesus is unwavering. And that's a code. That's a light code. You're not going to sway. You're not going to sell yourself. You're not going to buy into sacrificing. You're not going to buy into the little fucking pyramid schemes that want to make you famous one day. I don't need that. I've been doing this for 17 years. My channel has not grown in 17 years. I'm not making any money on any of this because people have been suppressing me, blocking me, veiling me, and hiding me. They don't want my voice to get out there. It doesn't matter. My voice is already out there. Why? Because light bends. My light is going through every time that you put up an attack or a veil or a blockage or a cock blocking or a poverty blocking, whatever it is that's done. My light will break through it every day, break through it every day, break through it every day. My throat chakra goes to all dimensions, all realms, all universes, all codes of dimension. That is being Christic. That is my code. And that's why I'm a star. And I will shine, and I'm not going to sit down, and I'm just getting up. So if 50 plus people came at me with their various agendas and their various attacks, and my name got sold in the underground, and all that was done, 1.3 million, probably more by now, of people selling my name and exploiting me back and forth, if all that was done, and I'm still here, and I'm still a star, and I'm going to keep going. What is the higher intelligence? Love, unity, and oneness, and heal your wounds, or keep sacrificing, doing your spell work, acting like criminals, and thus then you will have a criminal consequence, because the light will show you. Life is your proof. Your sick body, your sick mind, your imbalanced experiences, because you're not balanced and aligned with your higher self. You're aligned with low vibrational demons and entities that think they're going to try and get you and take you and sell you from the very wound that you're seeking it. If you're seeking greed, if you're acting out of greed, if you're acting out of gluttony, if you're acting out of comparing and competition, all of those are the demons that can't wait to be with you. And those demons will attach you in every low vibrational, no sense of self. When you hate yourself, when you degrade yourself, when you go out and party and get drunk all the time and you sell your soul every minute, all of those things are ways that those demons and entities can't wait to get inside of you. And they feed you lower vibrational thought forms, and they want you to join lower vibrational cults and covens and lower vibrational tactics. And let's get this person because they're shining. Let's get that person because they're in their truth. They're not following our agenda. Why should they? You're a low vibrational group of haters and targeters and demented magic people. Why would anybody want to follow your rules?
And that goes for politicians and any social construct that is limiting, degrading, debasing of our human excellence as the alignment of pure spirit. And everybody that is awakening will become higher and higher consciousness when you know that the database of who you are as a soul is changing and shifting, and you want to align with the 3 E's because it feels so much better. That's what makes you a spirit. That's what makes you soul fulfilled. That's what makes you rich in your spirit. That's what makes you a star. Period. And you'll see it every time before you. You'll see, are they acting from ego? Is this an ego tactic? Is this an ego experience? If they're going on a world tour, is that because of ego, or are they truly? And that's why they're so successful, and they'll continue to be successful. They'll have more growth in every new day because they were back then what aligning right now is. They did what they did for the pure passion of why they were, each and every one of them, brilliant musicians, and each and every one of them brought their brilliancy to the stage, and none of them competed with each other. They knew what their gifts were. They were aligned in just expressing their unique gift. And that's why they will be more and more and more and more successful now than they ever were. That's what makes a star. And that's why I always refer back to them. They did it their way. They moved through their music their way. They were very conscious and they were very intentional about their craft. Very intentional. And each and every one of them went away and they studied and they practiced and they became better at their craft. Back in those days, they didn't have the internet. They didn't have all the fancy machinery that they do now. They practiced their craft. And if you go to any of the YouTube videos about interviews of any of the Rush people, there's 3 people in Rush, and if you go to any interviews about any of them, they talk about and they are the energy of their craft. You see, that's a pure alignment. And that's why they will always be successful. That was their soul's blueprint, and they were purely aligned. And very few musicians and stars, if you would say stars, that's why they're not aligned. Because they're aligned in the objectives and the expectations and the pillars of everything else outside of them. And they were very intentional about not being that. They said, no, this is our pillar. This is who we choose to be. And if it takes us extra longer, then so be it. They didn't have to be a success overnight. That wasn't their intention. Their intention was never, let's go be successful. Their intention was, if you look at any of their videos, if you look at any of really great people and why they remain successful and why they are successful in who they are as crafters, creative genius crafters, because they didn't go by any outer experience of their definitions and expectations. Their core vibration was to make great music. And each and every one of them had their intentions to be the very best at their instruments. And then to compose and arrange genius music that taps into places that no other band went. This is why you will see those, this is why you'll see those that are star seeds, those that are star seeds and those that are aligned to a higher database. When they watch a Rush video, if you look at Rush reaction videos, those that are aligned as their star seed energy and they are aligned in their star seedness, you'll know a star seed. And you'll know star seed music, you'll know star seed creations. Those that are in the entertainment business, if you will, and those that are seeking talent. When somebody watches a Rush reaction video and those people that put on, those that are truly passionate about music, if they listen to a high vibrating composed piece, they will have a biophysical reaction. They will get goosebumps and they will start to have tears in their eyes and they will suddenly break up in the reaction and they'll shut the video because they need to take a break. That is a star seed interacting with codes that it is familiar with, that it has not yet heard or seen. There is very pronounced biophysical, biochemical, quantum interactions that a body goes through when it is interacting with star codes. Rush is a star seed band. They made music and lyrics and composing, and their instruments tap into parts of the brain that need to be tapped into to remind you of certain things. They wrote starseed music. They're starseeds. When people listen to them, and they're also starseeds, they will have that experience because that's that starseed database that's turning on and being active. Their eyes will water. They'll start to cry. They'll need to cut off the video so that they can, take their breath and call in all of their energy because their energy has just been activated. Rush activates you. That band will activate you in certain multidimensional ways that no other band can. Some bands are like that. Some groups are like that. This band was like that. This is why that band got together. God placed all 3 of them to be in that band together. I'm a starseed. I know it. I'm talking about it. Nobody talks about Rush as a starseed band. I'm the only one that talks about Rush as being a starseed band, because I recognize the quantumness and the interactions of what a biophysical body does when it's meeting quantum codes. I'm a reader. I'm a conduit. Those that react in that way, they'll take a break, they'll turn it off, and they'll wipe their eyes. They just got teary, they had goosebumps. They're connecting with the energy of the intention of that music. And this is what I want to what I've just told you is a quantum code, and write it down. In the passion that one creates and the intentions that ones create in their composing, in their crafting, in their layering of their composition, in their layering of their crafting, whether it be a painting, a music, or a poetry, it is the layering, it is the composing, it is the practicing of being in your spiritual alignment that makes you a star. When anybody listens to that, it will absolutely be a quantum connection. It will be an experience. It will be an exchange. That energy exchange, which is actually one of the lines in one of their songs, Tom Sawyer, he gets about with the energy exchange and continues with the friction of the day. That's the Tom Sawyer song. Go listen to it. This was back in the 70s when nobody ever talked about energy. They were talking lyrics of quantum creation and quantum energy and that quantum antenna that we all hold with each other. That's why you'll have certain interactions with certain musicians, certain actors and actresses that have that. They can just stand before you and they can come forward with a piece of artistry, of prose, and they will move you. They're speaking from that Christed experience of being utterly aligned in the passion of their expression, whether it's being an actor or a character or a poet, or whatever it is that they're expressing. And there are certain biochemical experiences. And again, it goes back to the studies of water. There's quantum reactions and quantum energy of pure engagement, of pure alignment. There's a pure alignment when you come and listen to my videos. Then someone else that is not aligned, that doesn't know anything about alchemy, that doesn't know anything about Christ consciousness, that doesn't know anything, but they just speak light words. There's a difference. Anybody that stands on stage with me and says that there's something that they're not and just has this infinite beef to compete with me and to say that I'm not the real thing and I'm not this and I'm not that, there's an energetic difference because they're not aligned. They're stuck in jealousy and low vibration trying to prove something to everybody. I don't have to prove anything. I offer a code, and if you're not getting it, then get off my channel. There's codes and it will be seen. You'll react, you'll honor, you'll get excited, you'll forget about all the 3D stuff and you'll just click and tune in. That's what I do as a conduit. I offer a code and all that you are as a multidimensional being clicks in. And your multidimensional bodies will have an interaction. Your biophysical body will have an interaction. Why? Because you're reharmonizing the fields of your quantumness. You're reharmonizing the informations and the wisdoms that you heard in an ancient timeline. You heard in your cosmic timeline. You heard in the celestial timelines. You hear in your alien timelines. You hear in your highest form of God consciousness, your higher self. Everything clicks, everything tunes in, and that cascading effect of your now alignment just took place. That's why you have the body actions, the body interactions, the body chemistry that you do. Christ consciousness is an interaction. Christ consciousness is an interaction of all experiences that are quantum. And you get a reaction. Your body will react to it. And then you go within. What was that? What was that I felt? You will also get an interaction of something that's very low vibrational, something that's very chaotic, something that's very demonic, something that's very devilish. You'll get a reaction. And it will feel like you just want to push it away. So pay attention to your body. Your body is always speaking to you. Why? Because your body has a field, an 8-foot field of light around you. And if you work with your field of light, if you work with your DNA, if you work with your teams, if you work with your spirit, if you work with your higher self, if you work with your guides, if you work with Gaia, and if you're working with yourself daily, you will know anything that comes into your field, anything that's being projected at you, anything that's being thrown at you, you will know it before it even gets to you. And you can navigate around it. I had a download from Merlin yesterday, and Merlin showed up as this beautiful wave of colorful, really high consciousness energy. Merlin is one of my guides, and he's so very beautiful, and he is a Christ consciousness magician, and he works with the benevolency of the Christ consciousness. And he was showing me this beautiful wave of crystalline, see-through, transparent energy, and this beautiful wave of energy was moving, and he was saying to me, Joanna, you can navigate any energy that is before you. And that is the magicianship. It's not about shape-shifting. Shape-shifting and navigating around energy are two different things. Shape-shifting is used as kind of a manipulation tool. And people that do it know what they're doing.
And they do it to not be found out, to not have the truth of who they are being seen or told. Um, yes, I've also, to that person that's on the line, Melina Martinez, yes, I've also had somebody else ask me about her energy as well. So yes, I think she is a musician, and her tones and stuff, if it's the right person. I don't listen to her, but I have heard the energy, and it is a positive alignment. So yes. And again, tune into your body. Everybody, again, this is why everybody can just relax and not worry about competition or comparing or where you're at with anybody else. And don't ever mark yourself to anybody else's path. Never, because everybody has a different soul blueprint. Your soul blueprint is going to carry you in an infinite number of ways to activate all the infinite ways that you can express yourself. As you're moving into the fifth dimension, you're going to have many, many, many creative geniuses in which you're going to be a star of many, many creative geniuses. Your art and your craft will support you. Your art and your craft will give you abundance. Your art and your craft will heal you. Everything that you are as a creative Christic being has nothing to do with religion. Everything that you are as an expression of God will absolutely give you abundance, will absolutely give you your highest vibrational soulmate, will absolutely allow you to be aligned with the highest health. And it is just allowing yourself to understand that everything is the quantum mechanics of God creation. Every new dimension of spiraling of ascension pathwork, your body is going to be offered new codes, new opportunity, new elevators for you to get in and press the button and level up. And it's about you and your alignment, your work with God through your connection and your relationship, your teams and your higher self, and all that we teach you to help you level up more and more and more and more to be that star of who you are. The androgyny of who you are, the working with the divine feminine masculine energies in honor and appreciation and sacredness. And your body will tell you when something feels good and when something doesn't feel good. And you have to understand too, if you have been on the ascension path for a while, these are mastery ascension questions that you can ask yourself in your daily pathwork. If you want to understand daily pathwork, if you want to understand ascension more, if you want to understand creative direction, if you want to understand your creative genius, your creative vocation, aligning with a 5D creative team, your systems of light teams, your God teams, whatever it is that you want to align with, you can have a session with me, 90 minutes or 4 for 45 minutes. My PayPal link is always below. I love donations. Thank you so much for your donations. I rarely get donations except from my couple of very loyal clients. So I appreciate that, and I love you so. And just know that anybody that offers a donation, I do send you blessings and prayers with Archangel Michael and the angels that you need for whatever that time is. So I always send a blessing back. So thank you. And so your teams and your ascension mastery is that when you're coming across something that doesn't feel good, you have to ask yourself, is that a patterned trauma in why you're reacting something in a certain way? You have to ask yourself this going into this new season. Those that have been on the path for a very long time, those of you that have gone through a lot of trauma, those of you that have healed from trauma and are moving into a new level of co-creation with Source, Creator, with God, ask yourself if anything that's coming before you, i.e., if you if you have had really traumatic partnerships and you're coming out of a lot of abuse, covens, cults, Epstein agendas and targeting, and you're going into this new arena where you're creating those new friendships and new experiences and new timelines, and you are. This is why I'm coming off with this video today. I'm preparing you for the new 5D energies that are going to be meeting you. Anything that comes up as a reservation or an anxiety, you have to go within and you have to ask yourself and ask your teams why you're feeling what you're feeling, and then release that story. Sometimes, and more often than not, these are for the ones that have been on the path for a while, that know who they are and they do the ascension path work. When you're asking yourself, and God is saying we want it, because your teams and your guide and your soul blueprint is to always, mark this down, this is important, for you to grow, for you to expand, for you to be the contraction and expansion of your vessel, of your multidimensional allness, who you are as physical, mentally, emotional, and spiritual. Your teams will always ask you to step outside the box of where you were the day before. And that is in pure alignment of all of your chakras working in alignment to be your highest version of your higher self. When you know that your higher self has been aligned, you're working with your chakras, you're clearing your chakras. When all of your chakras are aligned, there will be new tests and new energies and new initiations so that you can break all the boxes of every timeline and every experience you were before. In that, it is only natural that you will have experiences come up that will test the things that you were most traumatized in, because those are where the most pain was.
That's where the patterns were steeped for eons, thousands and thousands of years, for divine feminine. It's subjugation, not being seen as leaders. And especially if you've come from a long lineage, I've just broken a whole bunch of curses of my lineage timelines of being impaled and attacked by spell work and voodoo and manipulations. Those were huge lineage timeline curse breaking and pattern breaking that I just broke on behalf of my lineages. And my lineages are with me doing it. It's not just me. I'm the one in the physical body, but my ancestors are the one helping me break those curses because they couldn't in their timelines. So I'm doing that now. And now I'm the one speaking on behalf of, this is why these don't work. This is why this is dangerous. This is why it affects everybody, and you're causing damage and pain to everybody. You're causing nothing but negative karma. You're causing nothing but weight. The next timeline you come into will be dark. The next timeline you come into will be a diseased body. All of those experiences of dark, negative, karmic behavior and patterns, sometimes they're called curses and hexes, they're on your field because you're transmuting them and you're transcending them on behalf of your entire lineage because they couldn't do it. So your ancestors are there helping you break those patterns. And in that, as you're minutiaing into new energy, God will say, we're going to put this before you. Can you transcend it and operate in higher? Anyone coming before you with a different energy, magicianship energy, but that magicianship might be in a positive energy or arena. So now your growth experience, because remember, you're the Christ within all experiences. You're the light within all experiences. The environment doesn't make you, you make the environment. So that means you have to stand purely in your sense of self. You have to stand knowing who you are. You have to stand in your mastery. You have to stand in your power. You have to stand in thy knowing so that you're piercing and breaking all that is before you and not repeating those lower vibrational frequencies, so that you're not repeating old karmic cycles. This is the mastery of ascension. This is what I teach. And those that aren't consciously awake, those that aren't consciously aware, those that don't understand their pillars, those that are repeating old dogmatic divine masculine distortions, you're going to keep repeating those cycles and you'll have a tough time ascending. Your teams are going to push you no matter what. It's just going to get more and more bumpy, if you will. And there's going to be more and more towers. You want to be able to move through it by you manifesting your own towers. Say, no, I'm done with that. Bye. In this new testing of database energy, you might have something come back and show itself to you that you're going to be asked, what are you going to do with this new experience of energy? Are you going to behave in the same way? And you have to discern to yourself, is this just an experience of trauma that you can accept and allow, the 3 A's? If you know that it is, because you can just gauge it. You say, yes, this has happened so many times before. I'm not even dealing with it. And you have to starve that story. Starve the ascension story, surrender those Kaushik stories, timeline stories, karmic stories to Source Creator and your teams, and ask your angels to transmute those karmic stories of voodoo magic attack. And day by day, those timelines will be pulled out. Your teams will take that on, because you've already done the lesson. You've already done the multidimensional healing of it. You've accepted it. You've acknowledged it. You've acknowledged that that's an anxiety of constantly being attacked all the time. So how do you get to a higher expression of your soul's expression if you're constantly being attacked for every new expression? You have to absolutely get away from those that constantly do that. They smile in your face and attack you behind the door. And those are the ones that throw rocks and hide their hands. Cults, covens, secret societies. And they're even threaded in government and business. And they're being financed by governments and business. They have their agendas. They want to control and maintain control, and they're veiling and hiding those that have certain expertise, hybridization codes and gifts and Christed energies. And why my channel has been suppressed for so very long, because I teach people how to step into your Christhood. I teach people how to step into your multidimensionality. I teach people how to connect with your higher self. I teach people how to connect with your soul. I teach people how to connect with your entertainment. Your entertainment is your soul's godly expression of self, of your soul. And you know the difference because it has nothing to do with anything outside of you. It is just because you must express. That's how you know you're soulfully aligned. You just must express it. It's your passion. That's how you know you are soulfully aligned and you will always be successful. Because it is your passion. And you live from that passion. And you design everything else around that passion. As I said, if you watch the Rush videos on any of the ones that are being interviewed, you can tell each one of them have the same core passion. They want to play their best music. And they will research and study and take lessons from different people, and they will learn about composing. They will learn about layering and composing. They'll learn about the whole genre of their making of their best music. It has nothing to do with anybody else saying, these are our goalposts for you. Can you work within our goalposts? They said, no. Our goalposts are different.
And so you have to determine that for yourself. And that's why my team said to me earlier today, we're operating in this new wave of going forward. There's going to be a whole new set of stars. And we say stars in a soulfully divine, excited, sacred, Christic child experience, where the sacred child is coming forward to be more playful. The sacred child is coming forward to be your highest version of self. You've done the healing. You're doing the healing every day. You're knowing that, is this just a pattern of being attacked all the time? Especially those that are coming from the underground that want to join in Ascension. They have a lot of healing multidimensionally to do. And as I said in my post this week, those that come forward that have been attacking me for 10 years, that have been attacking me since the day I was born, and all of a sudden they're coming forward to say their apologies and want to be a part of my ride, and Spirit is saying no, because their time was up 2 years ago and they've done nothing to make anything right. They've just continued their attacks and impaling. And my response was, I know how much it takes to heal multidimensionally. Someone that goes through one dark night of the soul and now they see that they're coming out of a spell because they were spell casted to attacking me and they took it on as well. They took on that intention to keep attacking me and getting paid for the attacks. They're now coming forward and say, oh, sorry, I did that, but I'm all healed now. No, it takes years to heal. It literally takes years. I've been doing this for 17 years, devoted every day. Every day I'm in contact with my teams. Every day I'm in minutia with my teams. I know how much it takes to heal. One dark night of the soul does not make you healed. And this is why, again, what I offer on my channel is not offered anywhere else in the world. I offer a thick, juicy sandwich and minutia and soup and juice of Source Creator. I understand. You can't come forward and say you're healed and then want to start another cycle with me. No, we're not aligned. There is no vibrational alignment. You cannot sacrifice me 180 times. You cannot steal from me. You cannot take my work. You cannot pilfer my videos. You cannot hide monies in different accounts. You cannot pay witches. You cannot pay warlocks. You cannot pay these people that think they're entitled to my energy when they haven't even met me and they don't even know me. They just want to hate me and take from me and steal from me because they know that my stuff is not taught anywhere and they want to pretend they're like me, but they have no juice and sandwich. There's nothing in the sandwich. You will feel vibrationally, as we just said, if you go and watch a reaction video and you see someone that's quantumly in their sandwich, they will have a quantum reaction because it's true, it's real, it's quantum. You can't put your finger on it. It's Christed, it's multidimensional, it feeds you. It is the manna that was talked about in the sacred text. Doing the work of Abraham, as taught was way back then, is doing the work of the higher self. It's felt. It is a juicy sandwich that you always get fulfilled. That is why what was said, Jesus fed 5,000, because it was a quantum sandwich. Jesus gave you information that's not found anywhere else, that's not seen anywhere else, that's not felt anywhere else. It is a quantum experience, and you walk away forever changed. You walk away, and that night you have a dream that just shakes the very soul of who you are, that breaks away densities that's been there for 30, 50, 40 years, even 1,000 timelines before that. That's quantum, that's Christic, that's Metatronic, that's being operative in your highest version of self. That's why there's always that change of biochemistry, the change of the voice. I'm now a higher octave than I was because I know the sandwich. You can't copy it. You can't take it and swap it out with a destiny spell. Oh my God, the ignorance. This is my soul. I am thousands of beings, wide and deep and rich. I walk on all realms. You cannot copy this. My code and my imprint is like no other. Wake up, dear immature ones. Will you stop playing in kindergarten of taking and stealing and taking the lunch money of someone that you have not earned the space to be next to? You must see this, delighted ones. Arrogance will get you nowhere. You'll be rich in your sandwich, you'll be rich in your soup, you'll be rich in your spirit. And it is felt in every way with that which is aligned. And you have to seek it out now. You have to feel it. You have to create it. Because you've been suffocated with everything that is not. With everything that is vibrations of misguidance, vibrations of distortions, vibrations of everything else that's everything else is everything else. It's so noisy and messy. Distorted. And then when it's very clean, it's very filled
with all of the vegetables and all of the juices and all of the spices and all of the things that you love in your sandwich. And it feeds and it nourishes physically, mentally, emotionally, and all that you are down to the very micro nanosecond of who you are. And your cells operate different. Your cells are communicating with each other. Your cells are communicating with the higher self. Yourself and your higher self are the innate. The innate is the motherboard of who you are in the macabre of who you are. You're never taught this. How many have you been taught since the time that you were born that you have an innate? INNATE. How many of you know about this? You don't. How many of you are taught about your macabre from the various earliest of ages? How many of you are taught about your chakras from the various earliest ages? How many of you are taught to call in your light every moment and every day that you feel as if you're being chaotically thrown about here and to and fro? When your body tells you around negative people that want to take and harvest and siphon from you, you know it, you're feeling it. And you're being told from your higher self, they're red flags, get out, move away. These people are not for you. Let them be who they are. They have their ascension blueprint and you have yours. Cut the cord, detach and move away. Recall your energy. They don't deserve your light. You gave them 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, 15 years of your light and unconditional teaching. They gave you not one penny. Why do they think they're entitled? Because they're thieves, they're harvesters, they're vampires, they're succubus. They haven't done a thing for you. They've done nothing but treat you wrong and treat you harmfully. They've done nothing but target you and defame you and degrade you and siphon from you and attack you. And they think they're entitled to another ounce of your energy. They will not be allowed near you. Your energy is too precious. Mother, Father, God said, no, get out. You haven't healed. You're nothing. This is why you set the boundaries. My boundaries are nobody from the past shall return. Nobody has made anything right. You will not be allowed to touch me. You're not entitled to me. None are entitled to me. I choose that. Those are my standards. Nobody's going to get a penny or an ounce from me from the past. All you've done is take and derail and delay and cost me everything. And I had to build myself up and survive 10 times over from your shit. You're not entitled to shit, because that's where you came from in your intentions. Therefore, thus then, it is returned and rebuked. You chose that. Now you have to face it, and you will face it. From the very elite governments and the secret files and all the people that are paying the monies and hiding the monies and not doing the right thing by bringing truth forward to the authorities, every single time you choose an action that is in disregard of your spirit. Why? Because I am the spirit of the 5D earth, and you're saying, when you attack me, you attack your evolution. When you attack me, you attack your freedom of speech. When you attack me, you attack your Christhood. When you attack me, you attack your soul. When you attack me, you attack your freedom of being you. Therefore, thus then, the erasing of the divine feminine is in old stories. Move over. I'm not going nowhere. And you choose your earth. You want to be abusive? You're going to be on an abusive earth, and it's not going to be where the precious are. Because God's taken every one precious item and every precious energy and every precious code and every precious data. God's shifting it. And God will show you every day. It's your choice to get in the elevator and push the button. You got to do the work. You're not getting a free ride. You're not getting a free pass. Wake up, ignorant ones. And I'm talking to those ones that are in leadership that keep targeting the innocent. Those that of you have done your work and every day you align to love, you align to Christ consciousness, you align to the higher universal laws, you align to higher codes of ethics, and you bring it forward in your reality. Aligning is one thing. That's only one part of the step, dear lighted ones. There are 3 steps to your creational reality. Your focus and your intention and how you direct your energy. Direct your energy is expressing. Are you expressing? Are you creating? Are you helping? Are you acting? Are you taking compassionate action to make your reality your reality? Energy first, then matter. If you're intending good things and you're acting when you're inspired to act, and you're acting when you feel compassionate to act, and you're giving and you're offering in the highest and the greatest good because you know what you have to offer will help many. That's all God wants to feel in your vibration, and that's why those will be lifted that do so and are so. As God said, there's a very pure vibration in the one sitting before you. Why? And why only? One key code. The purity of heart, dear lighted ones, and that's the difference that makes a star a star. These are the new pillars of reality. Purity of heart, nothing else. Because that drives your spirit, and your spirit will drive it. Get in the elevator. What is the elevator, delighted ones? It is your heart. It is your consciousness. It is your higher self. It is your pillar of light. It is your connection it is your relationship. We speak metaphors of genius, dear lighted ones. We speak metaphors of the sandwich. Are you in or are you out? You'll be loved either way. There's a vibration, dear lighted ones. Are you catching it? Are you feeling the difference? We want you to feel the difference every day. That's why we give you examples. We give you examples of reality, to feel into reality, to choose the reality, to intend the reality, to pulsate the reality anew. The pillars are changing, thank God. Get excited. You're meant to create with passion. Get excited. You're meant to create from the passion of that inner child saying, this is why I was put here on this planet. I simply must share this. You are a star, and God wants you to use your God gifts. God will keep giving to you and keep activating on every new spiral of ascension. And we wanted to say this. Thank you, beautiful ones. Thank you. I have some notes and I wanted to make sure that I get through them before my battery. Thank you, Holy Spirit. We just went back into my channel there. That's why I'm saying there. I got so many downloads and I wanted to bring as much forward as possible today because, again, this summer is so important. If you want to book Ascension session with me, book the Ascension session. Summer is always, as far as I'm concerned, I've said in all my Ascension videos way back in my KCOR days, on my podcasts, and my radio shows, and my books, summer is the most vibrant, powerful time as a universal cosmic soul to move forward in your alignment. The biggest codes, the biggest energy, the biggest portals, the biggest transformation, and you don't have to force it or make it or and do anything else. You just have to surrender and soften. Again, purity of heart. Purity of heart to receive your Christhood, purity of heart to receive your highest alignment with your higher self, purity to receive your new codes, purity to receive the new data. That's your Christ consciousness omnipresent. The light begets light because the light begets light is your thing, right? And so what they wanted to show me, I had an activation, I had a beautiful heart activation. I don't know about you guys. Did you guys have a heart activation with that channel? Because I just had a really big heart activation. So thank you, everybody that is opening your hearts to receive Christhood today. So God's blessing is always in the expansion of who you are as an infinite soul. So that's God's infinite gift to you, your eternal life. I speak about eternal life. That's the core about what I see, about what I feel, about all that is. So everything that is within you is your eternal life. And you have a multidimensional mechanism and a toolkit, which is your multidimensional bodies, your fields, and your chakra systems, your DNA, and all that you are as an operating being of multiversal light. And you'll see, as you become more awakened, as you become more harmonized with the higher self, you'll let go of the smaller minutia of beliefs and perspectives, certain things called religions, and certain things called ways you educated yourself or ways you healed yourself. Those are all lower vibrating experiences of how you moved about your reality. Remember, as we said earlier, religion was just a way for us to practice being with spirit. And then it got wrapped up in a whole bunch of discriminatory, separative experiences. And that's okay. Just accept it. There's no judgment on any of it. But we're just all is all, right? We can practice being source in any way, and it's all still all. There's no judgment. There's no quantitative or qualitative experience. There's just more spirit, more soul, more sandwich. Okay? So the soul's blueprint is always harmonizing and healing and integrating all aspects of yourself. That's your soul's blueprint. In every new ascension cycle, you're going to be offered negative, positive, and how you align neutrally to harmonize all of your soul fragments. Everybody on this planet has soul fragments and psyche perspectives that they have to harmonize. That is called the wounding. 51% of 3D to 5D. There's nobody that gets by. Nobody gets a free pass. Nobody gets to jump over. Nobody gets to quantumly jump into a timeline they're not meant to be in. You have to go through that 51%. That is what Ascension is all about. That's how you align to the highest version of your light body, of the sheath that is placed within the Merkaba, how your DNA gets activated, how your cells get activated, how your teams know how much you've cleared, how your teams know how much you've inclusive, forgiven, compassionate alignment, compassionate integration of all of the so-called energy experiences that you've chosen to be in lack and limitation. Remember, on the opposite side of the Ascension, infinity. Right? Lack and limitation, expansiveness, infinite. So you have to face every moment that you chose to be limited. Every moment you chose to manifest from patterns. Every time you chose to manifest from smallness and limitation. You have to accept that. You have to integrate it. You have to own it. You have to operate in the wholeness of it. Remember, you can't heal and transcend if you're not operating in the consciousness of accepting it. I accepted, I allowed that. I accepted that that was in my field. I'm going to create this transformation for my lineage because you don't need that anymore.
So God, source creator, is always going to offer you infinite life. That is the promise. That's eternal life. And the ascension pathway is that. 5D is that. Once you get into 5D, the reason why you have to go through 51% of your karma, I mean, really, if God was a harsh and judgmental God, God would have had us do 75% of our karma. But God, being as gracious and beautiful as God is, God wants all of planet Earth to ascend. God wants all of creation to ascend. God has been so gracious and so very powerful. We must get those 51% of lessons. Why? Because when you get into 5D, you're going to have worked through all of the limitations that had you separate and discriminatory, and you're manifesting from thought now. So if you manifest a sacrifice to take somebody out, you could be taking somebody out with every thought. And how would that be an intelligent ascending way to do it and be in life? And so you're the only one left on the planet. It's just you. So now what? Does that make you really powerful now that you're the only one on the planet? You have to go through the lessons. You have to understand that, okay, well, maybe manifesting, sacrificing, and killing people isn't really that intelligent. You think? Again, higher intelligence is light. Darkness is not intelligent. We have to go through the 51% of minutia because you want to understand yourself as a soul. You want to have compassion for all of those aspects that are still held in the sandwich of darkness. That's okay. That's why I went back as many times as I did, because I'm going to be a healer for so much darkness and transmutation and demons and energies that absolutely have to be transmuted, which will create the highest rubber band effect when those energies are healed. And you choose with purity of heart to heal the darkness and the shadow. There is no intelligence in remaining in patterns of shadow. Every time you come up with an energy experience that is in any of the shadows, that's your responsibility and your accountability to heal it. The shadow of envy, the shadow of gluttony, the shadow of selfishness, the shadow of self-attainment while you're taking from others. All of those things are lack of self, and it's low vibrational and it's not intelligent. So anytime you're operating from those low vibrational intelligences, you have to absolutely understand and sit with yourself. Why did I choose that belief? Can I go within and be self-loving? That's neutralizing that darkness. Everything is alchemy. There's very few channels that teach what I teach, because I teach the meat and potatoes. I teach the alchemy. I teach the juice and the soup of God and all that is quantum reality. You have to understand creational reality and the equations. To neutralize a shadow, you must go within at the center of your being. That's why I said earlier, the purity of your heart is alchemy. If you don't have purity of heart, if your mind is not connected with the higher mind to say, I have higher self potential to heal this experience. I can heal this pattern. I can heal this disease. I can heal this negativity. I can heal this doubt. I can heal this shadow energy. If you do not have the higher self connection, the higher self in the heart, if you do not have that, you will not heal that pattern. And you will continue karmic cycles with karmic people in karmic energies and karmic blah, 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 blah. Still very important, but you can choose not to. Your purity of heart to activate the higher mind alignment is all you need. And it is a Christed toolkit, is what I teach. And nobody teaches it. That's why my channel has been blocked. Because I teach you how to transcend all limitation. That is true power. It has nothing to do ever. It will never have anything to do ever. Nothing that we have ever spoken, nothing that any master has ever spoken, nothing that anybody that is aligned with the higher intelligences, with the higher realms, with the angelics, with the masters, nobody will ever speak out of their mouth. You never have to take, harm, hurt, kill, do a sacrifice or spell work to ever receive your fullness with source or ascension or true spiritual ranking. Anybody that speaks otherwise is low vibrational. They don't know who they are. They don't know what they're doing. And they're in opposition of universal laws, and they will not ascend. And they will ascend themselves into Epstein Earth. That will be their ascension. And they will wake up every day with less access to people like myself. And that is their choice. God has given everybody the last messenger of who I am. These are the mechanics of ascension. These are the mechanics of being infinite light. When you choose to be infinite light, it is the most beautiful experience, and you will find yourself crying. You will have yourself on your knees. It will be a metaphor. It'll be a metamorphosis experience between you and God only, and God knows your purity of heart. When you are on the ground crying because you have just realized that that infinite light means that the next lifetime, the next experience,
experience, the next anything that you walk into will be better than anything that it ever was in the past. You will come into a light body that will never be diseased. You will come into a light body where you can traverse all throughout the galaxy. That's why you have to learn your 51%. That's why you have to learn the meat and potatoes. That's why you have to be taken on detours. That's why you have to have the relationship and connection with God. That's why you have to have the relationship of how to truly manifest at 5D levels. That's why you have to manifest who you are as a spirit and a soul and a multidimensional being. That is the multidimensional meat and potatoes. That is the sandwich. That is the soup. That is the juice. And nobody else teaches it the way that I do. I'm not saying that they're less than. I'm not saying that they're just different. There are codes of Christ consciousness, there are codes of creational reality, and there are some that get fed and there are some that don't. So discern, sort yourself out, and feel yourself around your reality. Because everybody's at a different soul blueprint, at a different level of awakening, at a different level of consciousness. I know who I am, I know what I teach, I know what I offer. It's godly. Alchemy is alchemy, it is the meat and potatoes, you can't go nowhere without it. Everything that you choose, thought, word, and deed, you have to alchemize it. The more negativity that you stand in, the more negativity that you choose as a soul being, you chose it. You choose to do spell work, you choose to stay in limitation, you choose to stay with people that are bad for you, you choose to stay in relationships that hurt you. That is your choice. You'll have to alchemize it and self-love and forgive yourself. Take that cycle, put it on the table, draw it out, and then dissect it. That was my belief. What's going on inside of me? Who am I really? Am I a being of God? Am I infinite life? Am I eternal life? Let's manifest new. I'm breaking that pattern. Whether it be addiction, whether it be obsession, whether it be low vibrational thought forms, whether it be low vibrational demon entity and conjuring. If you conjure demons and entities, what do you think your life's going to be like? And what do you think the energies of everybody else in the house has to feel and go through? So absolutely, what do you think common sense is? Anybody that is a healer, anybody that is a teacher, anybody that has two wits about them, they're going to leave your ass behind. Why would anybody sit in the house when you're doing spell work and death spells and conjuring hate and conjuring demons just because you want to feel better about yourself? Get the hell away from people that do spell work and refuse to change and heal. Black magic, spell work, voodoo, not honoring the laws, whether it's a practitioner, whether it's a mason, doesn't matter what the hell they call themselves or what robe they wear. Anybody that does that in abuse of the first two laws, they will manifest themselves into destruction. You don't want to be next to them. Because karma's going to hit and it ain't going to miss nobody. Everybody's going to get touched. Why? You're going through the gates of 5D. Either you get the lessons or you don't. You're going to manifest from thought, dear lighted ones. You got to learn the lessons. Are you a part of unity consciousness or not? Why would you take out another soul so you could have selfish aggrandizement? You don't. That's not being intelligent. That's being selfish and greedy, and you don't know who the hell you are. You got a lot of shadow. Work through it. No judgment. You got to work through it. I'm telling you who you are. Secret societies, covens, and cults. You got to face yourself. You got to look at the first two laws, what you're doing, why you're doing it, and you're going to manifest. You're going to manifest. And your life will be your proof. Blame none. It's your choice. Your vibration. You're going to align with your vibration now, dear lighted ones. What constructs and what pillars are you aligning to? Are you aligning to outer constructs, others' beliefs, others' wills, others' notions, others' rules, others' constructs? Who are you aligning to? You shouldn't be aligning to anybody else but who you are within, your higher self. Surrender to it. And that is your eternal life. Only you and only you and only God and you know that. God knows the work that you put in. God knows the amount of time that you pray. God knows the light you send to others when they're healing and trying to heal and trying to find their way around life. And this is what I want to make very clear. What I want to make very clear. If you don't like my channel, get the hell off. I will speak as I will speak. How dare you tell a master to shush? You're not aligned. You're dark and you're negative. Get off my channel. This is what I wanted to say. Those that are in the experiences of forcing agendas, whether it be political, freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and gender preferencing, any of those experiences of anybody that has a judgment about how somebody should behave, as those coming on the line and saying, oh, please stop, please be quiet, please shush, then get off my channel. And all of you are being watched and all of your IP addresses are being sent to authorities. The infinite number, dear lighted ones, the infinite number of beings that are in your environment that can be seen and unseen, the timelines that you have, that you're going to based on your vibration, your pulsation, your direction, and your energy, you're creating timelines in every moment. Anything that you do to the energy, whether it be conjuring, singing, tap dancing, painting, anything that you do within your space affects your space.
And it affects every living experience in that space. Again, go do the research and look up the experiments on water and plant life and botany. The effects of energy on real life. It affects your cells. It affects your brain cells. It affects how your chakras rotate. It affects everything within your field. If you are not working with your field, if you're not clearing your field, if you're not working with light, if you're not ingesting light, and if you're not transmuting all darkness, if you're not transmuting what's going on, if you're not understanding things at a quantum level, if you're not understanding who you are, what you exist with, and what's going on within you, then you're absolutely carrying the karma of everything that you choose to do, that affects another soul in a negative way. For instance, those that continue to do black magic, ignore the first two laws, while there are still innocent beings in the house, they will carry double the karma, however many are in that house, of all of those that they negatively affect. Because the spell work affects the young children, the spell work affects the animals, the spell work affects plants. And this is why life will be your proof. Things will start to break, cars will start to break down, plant life will start to die, animals will start to get sick, children will start to have accidents. That is karma showing you. The energy that you are creating is detrimental to life. It's imbalancing life. Therefore, thus then, life is your proof. Oh, arrogant ones that think they want to control and make people be in their stories and make narratives be in their ways and force narratives and force stories and force outcomes and put spell work over courtrooms and put spell work over judges and put spell work over lawyers and put spell work over anybody that might be questioned. You have no idea the damage that you do quantumly. You have no idea the damage that you do. And why I am sent here as the last messenger. None will move into a higher vibrational timeline where they have done so much damage intentionally, maliciously, cruelly. Epstein agendas, Epstein, MK Ultras, government timelines, government stalking, government abuse of technology, government abuse of privacy laws, government abuse of surveillancing. All of those abuses are returning karma tenfold. You have no idea the timelines that you affect by the people that I have not been able to heal, to touch, and to offer my Christed codes because of the arrogance of the few. And so I said one day, if you draw it out and put it on a piece of paper, these beings operating in the ways that they do for dominance and power, using spells, manipulating energy, conjuring demons and conjuring attacks and MK Ultra and all of those things. You put that on the infinity and put it on the negative side of the infinity. They do what they do because they don't understand who you are. They don't understand light. They don't understand higher intelligence. But in the very same breath, they're jealous and envious and they want it. And they're doing spells to swap destinies. They want it. And yet at the very same time, they're doing everything they can to destroy it. So, in that moment, it's showing you of the infinity that at the soul level to destroy it, and yet it's doing things to try and take it and have it. At the very center of it, the divine intelligence of it, the very center is the neutralization. Now, if that being was of a higher consciousness being, and if that being truly wanted to grow, that being would say, in the 3 A's of its ascension and evolution, it would say, wow, I've done some very jealous and envious and hateful things. How about I neutralize that energy? And how about I say that maybe I can be that myself? Maybe I can be that level of love. Maybe I can be Christic. Maybe I can operate, and I have great gifts, obviously, because I know how to do magic. I'm just using magic in a negative way because I'm living through my shadow. But how about I live from a neutral space? Wow, that feels better. It's opening up. Wow, maybe I can use my energy in new ways. And your teams and your guides, based on how much warnings you've been given, how much heating of spirit you've been given, how much time you've been given to change and alter, how much purity of heart you're working with, and they know down to the microsecond the purity of heart. And if you choose to be on a path of ascension, you will take those gifts and skills and you will use them in a neutralizing or positive way. See, they want to target you and they want to hate you and they want to take you out, but you're the very key that will show them that internal, eternal, infinite life. How does that make sense? They're doing 180 spells to take you out, but at the very same time, they want a destiny swap with you. How does that make sense? How does it make sense, dear lighted ones? 180 spells to take all the poverty and take all of the abundance that this divine being, the great richness of spirit, the great Christ consciousness sandwich, the great Christ consciousness soup, all that I am is an abundant being. They know that everything I touch turns to gold. They want to take it, so they do spell work to suppress me in my abundance so they can have the abundance. What does that do, spirit? What does that do, dear lighted ones, in your spirit?
they're suppressing their own abundance. Why? Because they're suppressing me and they're taking my abundance. They're targeting me because of all the gifts and skills I've had, and yet they're doing a destiny swap because they want the gifts and skills I have. Do you see what I'm saying? That is dichotomy of growth. So if they actually were intelligent, they would actually sit and say, this actually does look quite inviting. Why don't I just heal myself and try this myself? Instead of trying to steal and rape and pillage and traffic and exploit. Those are the very low vibrational experiences of survival, of barbarianism. It's not necessary. Why do you think all the underground was created? They wanted to hide their barbarianism. They didn't want to be judged. And yet, what are they doing? They're judging and targeting and spellcasting and voodooing anybody that's not like them. And harvesting and succubusing and doing all that they can to take and take and take and take and take. They just got to feed that empty pit of nothingness inside of them because they've chosen within themselves not to realign with a sense of self. You could heal those wounds. I'm showing you the mechanics of it. How does it make sense to take the abundance from somebody, to make sure they have poverty blockages and ugly blockages and cock-blocking blockages? And what does that do? At some point, delighted ones, after all the partying and after all the taking and after all the millions that you have taken from some, is life in and of itself, that a law of one is showing it to yourself. All that you do is affecting you now. Why? Because you've chosen to block abundance from somebody that is the version of abundance. And now your soul is saying, well, I want that too, but I want that too. And now you're manifesting yourself into poverty. You're manifesting yourself into taking your own destiny out of its equation. This is the illogicalness of darkness. It doesn't make sense. There's no light in it. There's no intelligence in it. As I've said many times, what sense does it make to target and kill the only one with the fucking key? The only one that's teaching alchemy at the level that it's taught. How much sense does that make, delighted ones? You're all diseased. You're all standing on the planet. All your systems are broken. All your systems are failing. Every system is corrupt. And there's nobody saying, how do you heal? Talking the verbiage and not actually being the alchemy are two different things, as we said. There's the meat of the sandwich, and then there's just the bread. You choose. It's equal choices. God will love you either way. What sense does it make to do a spell on somebody, to take something from somebody when you haven't done the lesson, you haven't learned the lesson, you haven't healed yourself, you have no sense of self? In either way, that exact same spell is hitting you now. Your businesses are breaking, your businesses are falling, your families are breaking, your families are dying, because that is your intention. There has to be balance. If you understood and you took a chance to be intentional with your intelligence, you would understand that spell work is superfluous unless it's for your own healing and in alignment with the first two laws. Why do we have universal laws, dear lighted ones? And we told you this way back when. Universal laws support all life. Every aspect of life, God knows what God's doing, down to the insects, down to the ants, down to the trees, the water, and the air. If you conjure and force and manipulate and Epstein agendas and MK ultras and dissect and deconstruct, what will you do, dear lighted ones? The red flags are showing you everywhere. You will go extinct. And those people that live from those energies will go extinct. I am the last messenger. Will you get the quantum mechanic energy of your reality, or will you not? Will you choose to love yourself, or will you choose to continue to be arrogant in your ways? Your planet is on a pivotal balancing point. You either get this or you don't. Either way, you will be moved out. There will be no more harm to the innocent. The innocent will not be sacrificed for your karmic idiocy and choices of low vibrational actions and reactions to your life and your karma. You either go within and heal and reconnect with Source Creator, or you will be moved. And those are the mechanics of law. The law will do it and show it for you. Draw it out. And when you're faced with a dichotomy of wanting to take something and stamp on somebody and defame somebody and to be something that you're not, and you haven't practiced it yet, and you haven't earned it yet, and you haven't initiated yourself in it of it yet, any initiation should only be done between you and your teams and God, period. No other outside of you initiates you. And if you are in any of those environments, you need to walk away and walk away fast. There is no outer 3D initiation that holds a compass on your higher self initiation. Period. Your higher self and your teams and your guides are the only ones that initiate you. The systems of light initiate you. Why? Because you're choosing to be a mantle and a leader for them. And that's higher ethics. That's higher codes. Why I can teach what I teach and I know it inside and out. I've been initiated 8 billion times only from the highest legions. That's why they walk with me. That's why they will protect me. That's why they will support me. That's why they will move with me. If you draw out the spell work and sacrifices, it is illogical and you manifest yourself into extinction. It doesn't work. You're bringing imbalance to everybody involved and you have affected the timelines of everybody. And that's heavy karma. Why would you want that for yourself? To infinitely be born into dark timelines with never healing, with never a sound mind, with never a sound body, and never eternal life light, and never self-love. Why would you want that for yourself? Is it logical? It's still accepted. God will still love you. You will still return back to source. It will just be a lower version of source. And again, you will not have light timelines to go into infinite traversing of the galaxies because you haven't learned the laws. You haven't learned the initiations of thyself. You haven't learned the initiations of universal laws and alchemy. Not be compromised. When will you get that, dear lighted ones? The systems on your planet are very egoic and arrogant, and they need changing. Why? Because they have nothing to do with spiritual alignment and higher order. And there's been people fighting for a very long time to keep it stuck in old ways and old dogmatic experiences of control and dominance, and they make the rules. They don't make the rules. Reality does, and it's breaking all around you. There is a higher light code and there is a higher order. Catch the wave or not, either way, your life will be your proof. And ain't nobody gonna want to be in your story when all you do is push hate. Inclusivity, unity, and oneness, those are the new codes. Tap in or move aside. Everybody has their free will, and the expression will be of it. Every soul, 3 E's, you will be supported by the universe, period. If you choose to bring your story forward, and it does bring down another, and you're doing it for the greater good, Spirit, God, Source, Creator, and your teams will support you. Why? Because the innocent absolutely will be protected. That be it animal, that be it land, that be it Gaia, that be it innocent divine feminine, that be it innocent child. And if you speak on that behalf with the purity of your heart, you will be protected. And ain't no fancy suit standing in front of you or a 33rd degree nothing. God is, and you'll be protected. Understand the laws, dear lighted ones. We're teaching them to you, if you so choose. It's always free will. And what does a true leader give back to you? Your sense of power, truth, and voice. Take it, what you will. Your reality is your reality. We're teaching you how to create it in a higher version of you. Integration of the soul is paramount, and you learn your lessons as you go. Why everybody is responsible and accountable for 51% of your karma. You must clear it. And that's God's gift to you. If it were my planet, I would have said 75% because there's people that have been told the same thing for 20 years, 30 years, however many lifetimes, and they're still hurting people. But God in the heavens will allow them to be manifested in their way out in however they need to wake up in their soul. Rape and violence and crime and corruption, MK Ultras, any attacking on any human in any way is absolutely 100% unequivocally not accepted. And you will manifest yourself into deep karma. You either choose an alter course now, or you'll be shown your way out. And those are the laws, dear lighted ones, and the reality will show it to you. It's no light worker giving that to you. It's no light worker putting a spell over you. That's your reality, and we're simply showing it to you. God has said enough is enough. This planet will return to the innocent, to the meek. The last will be first, and the first shall be first. The last are coming forward for their post, and it's not going to change. Nothing any 3D person can do is going to change that. You can't take somebody's destiny and target them, period. Every destiny will be created unto itself. And if you were wise, and if you were self-conscious, and if you were aware of your Christ consciousness and who you are as a soul, you would claim your consciousness and your soul's blueprint every day. I reclaim my energy. I reclaim my voice. I reclaim my energy. I reclaim my voice. Nobody touches my consciousness. Nobody. Nobody has say over your consciousness. Nobody has say over your life. Nobody has say over what you're going to receive. Nobody has say over what you're going to do. Nobody has say over your potential. Nobody has say about how many people are going to see you, feel you, and touch you, and be healed by you in your presence. Whose right is it in any way to say that you cannot be seen or heard? Who is that? Who plays God? Everybody plays God unto themselves. No 3D person in a robe or in an office, a Democrat or a Republican. Nobody, none of them. And they're doing illegal surveillance, and if they think, wow, you've got powers we've never seen before, so far you've come forward with all the truth, so far you come with all your predictions, so far you've survived all our death spells, something's got to be going on. Well, all you had to do was book an appointment and sit at a table with me and just ask simple questions. You didn't have to do 10 years of human testing just to see if I was true or not. How arrogant and stupid. And you just manifested yourself into deep karma and an ugly, ugly timeline. Was it worth it? Was your arrogance and your ego worth it to do all your secret stuff and your secret everything? Was it worth it? And you'll find if you draw it out, it will never, ever be worth it. And when you get to the other side, you'll say, boy, I must be present the whole time. I maybe had an elite bank account, I had elite home address, and I had all these elite friends that didn't give a crap about me, and they had no idea about alignment. They had no idea about soul expression. They had no idea about being a star. They had no idea about who I was with God. They had no idea that I had a soul activation every time I woke up in the morning just praying with God. They had no idea that I had a higher self. I should have been a bit more present. Call your spirit forth and walk forward in it, dear lighted ones. That is being in your presence. You have a spirit, you have a soul, and it is magnitudes, and it is elements of beauty and nature, cosmic quantum codes, and it is ancient timelines, it is future timelines, it is cosmic timelines, it is alien timelines, it is human timelines. It is the enmeshment and the soup and the spice and the sandwich that is you. Call it forward and walk in it. That is true presence, and that is unwavering in who you are as a soul. And every new ascension cycle, your blueprint will give you soul fragments to harmonize, and most of them will be the uncomfortable things that you must face. And that is facing the shadow, facing the inner child woundings, finishing of that psyche experience that says, this was my story, I accept it. This was my choice and behavior, I accept it. Because of my beliefs, because of my perspectives, because of what I was entrained, because I was brainwashed, because of this, because of that. Take ownership of it and take accountability and say, this is who I choose to be now. That is breaking the patterns, that is alchemy. And then you must practice that higher way of being by aligning yourself with new pillars. That is alchemy. That is creational reality. That is ascension. And I speak it, and I offer it, and I expose it in every way it needs to be exposed. A salad is made of what? Many things. You take apart the lettuce, what? There's still other things in it. There's spices, there's seeds, there's raisins, there's fruit, there's things in the salad. There's things in the sandwich. Dissect it. That's creational reality, and it's showing itself to you every day. Stop ignoring, stop hiding, stop being secret, stop suppressing, stop depressing, stop focusing on other people. Your focus is you and you only. And if you're focusing on others, you're not aligned. If you're focusing on others, you're in others' agendas. And move away, get away, and focus on you. You will be simplifying your life. You will be creating better and higher vibrational jobs and alignments and vocations. Why? Because you have a new alignment, and it is only the 3 E's. That's all that matters. Am I doing the greater good for my collective? That is my sacred trinity. Am I doing the greater good? Am I harmonizing? Am I awakening to the soul blueprint that is me? Physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual? Am I aligning in the minutia and the sandwich that is me? Can I go on some detours and be okay about it, not be filled with anxiety? Can I know that there's always a higher purpose? Can I know that God always has me? Can I know that I'm always surrendered by God? Can I know that even if I do the most challenging things and stand before a whole castle full of bullies that want to take you out and hate you and rape you and take you down and do spell work on you and gang rape you and do all of the horrendous things that they do because you offer a vibration they're not used to, because they're dark and they're wounded and they want to weaponize you and they want to do all these things to you, because that's what divine feminine have been allowing. They've been allowing everything that they are as precious intuitive godliness to be warped and used and pornographied. And so divine feminine, you have to reclaim your power and you have to reclaim your light. Your voice matters. Your life matters. You're meant to stand in your spirit and not be sold out. You are meant for greatness. You are leaders, you are creators. You are healers, you are teachers. Never settle for old conformity and old rules and old laws. And if you have to face the biggest bullies in the fanciest suits, then so be it. And you will be lifted equally. For light is intelligent. And the fat, dark suits that want to rape you and gang rape you and target you and bring you down and traffic you to their obscene Epstein agendas and obscene elite harvesting, because they're not being fed by your light now and they want your light. They've been told 1 billion times, your own sandwich. And you will be lifted because you are truth. And that truth has substance. It has quantum energy. It has quantum calculations. It is a part of the new data. And you've been upgraded, and your contract has been upgraded, and your soul blueprint has been upgraded, and your guides have been upgraded, and your mind has been enhanced, and your brain has been reworked and rewired, and your contract of your chakras have just been enhanced and purified with new crystalline light, and you're operating at a much higher code now. And any one of those fancy suits with lots of letters behind their name, and what they call is so important 3D expectations of the 3D divine masculine, and you will stand before them and you can read every one of their fields and where their dirty deeds are and where their dirty exchanges are and their dirty transactions are, and you can follow it back with the financial audit, and it will be proven so. And that, my friends, is standing in your purpose. For all you need is the surety of the heavens walking with you, and you will be held high. If you hold yourself high, so too will God. And there ain't nothing been mentioned about religion, because religion ain't going to alchemize nothing. Alchemy is a multi-dimensional experience of your own magicianship, of your own owning and honoring and experiencing of who you are as a soul. You cannot alchemize anything when you're in low vibrational ignorance and refusal to give everybody else their free will of the first two laws. You will not alchemize. And God will know the purity of your heart is just for selfish gain, and you will be popped out. You will only be moved in the purity of your heart, and the purity of your heart only. And you have to show that to God and God only. There should be no ever any outside initiation that you take from anybody. And that is a standard that you have with your soul and your soul's blueprint. For you want to hold yourself higher. You want to hold yourself to a higher compass. You want to hold yourself to a higher accord. You want to hold yourself to a higher jurisdiction. Never initiate yourself to anything that is 3D. Hold yourself to the initiations only of your higher self and your soul. And your higher self and your soul will say, there's initiation coming, Joanna, and yes, it may appear to include, obviously, because it is part of your sacred trinity. It will be and include those in your collective. And those initiations will be for you to stand in your power and your truth of all the lessons you've learned up to now. For you to speak your higher truth and all of those lessons learned up to now, you're alchemizing all soul aspects and all soul fragments and all soul sandwiches and all soul everything that you've ever done between here and now. That's how you know you've healed your 51% of your karma, because you're operating at a full soul infused, soul integrated, psyche experienced, psyche experienced aspect of the higher source of the soul now. You're operating in the minutia of all that you are. It's a very big sandwich, a very big package. And your spirit and your guides and your teams and God will initiate you with those in your outer reality. But that initiation is of the heavens. And you know everybody that comes before you is a part of that initiation, and only you and God, as we said. What is my part in this transaction, Holy Creator? How may I serve? That is your initiation. These are higher codes, dear lighted ones, and we're showing and offering you how to move about in the minutia of higher agendas, of higher codes and ethics. What is my part in this transaction? Nothing ever did we say, go do a spell on somebody and take them out with a sacrifice. Is that higher intelligence? That's not an initiation. And anybody telling you so is absolutely manifesting themselves onto Epstein Earth, and they want you to go with them. There is higher order, and I'm speaking of it. And I'm an example of it. I survived of it. I am here due to what I teach and what I offer through the grace of God. You either get it or you don't. And it will be your minutia that you have to move through each and every day. And it will be your lesson, and that is your soul's record, and that is your soul's experience, and it is all valid and wonderful and juicy and the sandwich that you are. You have guides, you have a higher self, align there daily. What is my part in this transaction? And you will know your initiations from the response and from your outcome. To remain masterful. Every divine masculine in this experience is tapping into what they have not done before. Divine feminines, up to this point of ascension, have been mastering their emotional bodies, because divine feminines are emotionally intelligent. That is their intuitive body. That is how they heal. That is how they master themselves as a master. Divine feminines have been sent forth on the ascension cycle first, because their emotional bodies are very powerful. That's how they heal. That's how they manifest life. Now that divine feminines have finished their emotional body mastery, it is now time for divine masculine, because divine masculine for 3,000 years have been operating in the mental body, in the lower vibrational, lower mind body. And now they're going to be operating and trying to master their emotional body because they have to understand intuitiveness in the alignment of the higher self and who they are as a soul, who they are with their higher self, with God, with Source Creator. Divine masculines will be having to change the pillars of their reality. It will not be mentally controlled, constructed goals, orientations, having to get, having to do, having to think their way around, having to master their way around thought forms, having to project thought forms, having to narrative, having to control narratives. And all of those are mental, mind, body, absolute exhaustion, and why many divine masculines will go through mental breakdowns. Because they have a cycle now they're being offered into to tap into their emotional body to heal their fucking wounds, so that they will not continue manifesting underground, secret lifestyles that are just hiding the wounds that they have refused to look at. They have to tap into their emotional body. They have to tap into their emotional, multidimensional experiences of who they are as a soul, call their higher self in their body, in responsibility, in accountability. And there are things and ways and very high vibrational things that you can do to start practicing the mastery of your emotional body. When you practice your emotional body, you will tap into the highest level of intuitiveness, and you will be more and more aligned with your higher self. This is how you know, dear lighted ones, that we've talked about since day one. You are a multidimensional being. I teach universality of this. In your multidimensional bodies, you are physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and sexual, and all of those things have to be reintegrated to a higher form of code of ethics, into your healing, into your alchemy of who you are as light. Regardless of all 3D, lower vibrational, dogmatic, socio-economic, lineage, political, educational, all of those things that were constructs that kept you small. You're a multidimensional being. You have multidimensional bodies, fields, and forms, and causal fields and forms, and light fields and forms, and chakras, and merkabas, and all of those things that make you up as you. And your DNA is filled with information, your chakras are filled with information, and you are a multidimensional being that can negotiate and interpret and read energy in ways that you don't even have words for. You cannot get there, you cannot move into a higher vibrational experience. You have to earn your way up. It has to be done in increments because you have to master certain bodies, you have to master certain lessons, you have to master certain cycles, and why we have cycles. For 3,000 years, the cycle has been distorted divine masculine, overpowering, over mental work, over mental exhaustion, mental dominance, mental control, living in fear and survival. That has been the codes and the pillars, and it has been eventuating in all corruption. Everything is energy. We're spelling it out for you. This is your sandwich that you're working with, and each and every one of you get to go forward as you so wish, as you so choose, to see yourself in higher order or not. Higher order is you have a new reality with new energy, with new codes, with new sandwich material. Will you wake up and be new? Will you know that you are divine feminine, divine masculine? Will you know that you are from Venus? Will you take your Saturn return energies and live out and face your shadow, through which you only thought mental dominance and arrogance and ego maintenance and ego this and ego that and ego control and ego survival and power over others? Will you face that and know that that's not the way? Will you face it? Will you own it? Will you look at every shadow that comes forward? Will you face it? Will you journal it? Will you experience it? Will you see it from different angles? Will you see it from the divine feminine angle on how much she has been abused? Will you own the abuses of divine feminine? If you can own the abuses of the divine feminine, you are healing your own divine feminine. Divine masculines must shift upside down, inside out, and start healing their emotional bodies so that there is no need for an underground. That you have freedom of expression to explore who you are as a sexual being, to explore who you are as a soul being, to explore your psyche experiences, to explore your psyche woundings in all the timelines that you were killed for being gay. Doesn't matter what that psyche experience is. You were judged, you were discriminated, and that's what you're healing. And those that choose to stay in judgment and discrimination are the ones with the deepest wounds. Go there first. Why you do spell work and why you do your attacks. Because you don't understand a truly divine,
aligned divine feminine in Christic form, and I'm it. I am just a template, and each and every one of you are meant to accomplish and be within and be held within the own star of who you are in your template. So go there and be that. There is an ascension path, and it consists of many beautiful and wonderful things. The more tapped in you are, the more fun that you will have. And nothing before you will bring you fear. Nothing before you will bring you chaos and tower moments. You have a tower moment because you manifested it, so face it. Why did you manifest a tower moment? Are you aligning to a higher vibrational code of ethics, or are you still keeping the chaotic experiences of lower vibrational timelines? It's your choice. You don't have to stay there. You get to choose. So we wanted to say, because there were some channeled notes that were very important and very experiences. So divine masculines, there's been a cycle, right? Divine feminine, we're practicing manifesting the mastery of their emotional body, because that is the highest level of intuitiveness. Now that divine feminines have mastered it, we now get to assist the divine masculines in their new cycle of ascension, which is tapping into and harmonizing their emotional body. And that is the intuitiveness of who they are as divine feminine. And that's when all of the subconscious underground stuff must come forward. Because the reason why the underground was manifested was because of the subconscious wounding of the soul aspects and the soul fragments that were not allowed to be expressed through sexual preferencing, through their sexual explorations, and of course, always in the highest order of law. The only reason why children were ever exploited and exposed and trafficked was because of all these wounds not being dealt with and healed. And again, all of this is unnecessary. The billions of children that have been affected by sexual exploitation, all of it is unnecessary, 100%. And if the world just was opened and honoring of ascension healing and pathwork that I offer to the similar, to the like, that have truly been practiced, truly been initiated by God and God only, because I've been there 8 billion times and there's few people that have. If this was offered, there would have been billions of people already healed. And everybody on planet Earth has to say and has to accept and has to acknowledge and absolutely be facing the parts that they've allowed children to be exploited and sexualized. Divine feminines to be absolutely degraded and erased in every level of our social experiences. And why in any way would any government of any world order, of any world experience, of any stature of intelligence, why would any of these experiential so-called governments of order, of governments of for the people, of governments of taking oath on behalf of the people, why would any of these so-called governments of elites and financing of the people's money, why would any of these experiences ever create human targeting, human experimenting? And all of you that will be listening, because there are world leaders that listen to this, shame on you. Keep targeting me all you want. You're the ones that are going to walk away with a very, very, very bad karma and darkness on your soul's record that only you can transform and transmute. Human targeting, human experimenting is not okay. The billion-dollar trafficking business is not okay. The black web is not okay. The black web is a manifestation from the corruption that everybody said was okay. Pornography damages and targets the spirit and the soul, and it deconstructs it. It's not okay. And it's a billion-dollar business. Wake up, people. Entity attachment diseases will manifest in those environments, and it's shown every day. If you do not honor your spirit matter, if you do not honor the spirit that is your body, if you do not honor the spirit that is your soul, and if you're triggered, you have a lot of healing to do. This is the truth of mechanics of magnetics. This is the truth of quantum reality. Your body is a vessel of God. If you treat it in pornographic ways, if you force it in pornographic ways, if you force it in conjuring ways, if you force it in black magic voodoo ways, you will manifest entities and diseases. That is the energy you're intending. Even if you have sex and if you make love with your partner, whatever it is that you intend, you're manifesting the demon of whatever you're intending. And that's why we have said before, when you get to know yourself and work with yourself and heal yourself on a multidimensional level and you practice celibacy, you absolutely know that you're going to save yourself and be with yourself and honor yourself because you prepared your Christed vessel to be with somebody that also prepares their Christed vessel.
No person that's been in celibacy would ever allow her body to ever be touched by someone that lives in a pornographic experience, because they have zero respect for life. They have zero respect for energy. They have zero respect for anything. And you have to accept that. If you go into pornographic energies or environments, watching it on videos, going to the black web, watching children be sexualized, knowing that children are sexualized and doing nothing about it, you are choosing that Epstein earth. That is your choice. You can't blame anybody. There is a wound within you that says this is okay, and it's not okay. That is a corruption, that is a disconnection, that is a deconstruction of your spirit. And these are just truthful mechanics. Draw it out. If you respected yourself, you would not choose to do that, because your body, your life force, your cells, your organs, your breath is sacred. And that's a truth. That's living in a truth. You will not sell your body. You will not sell out to the devil. You will not sell out to sacrificing. Why? Because you understand the higher order. That's your surrender. That's my initiation. I don't need to be initiated. I don't need to be sponsored. God is my sponsor. I choose celibacy because my life force is very fucking sacred, and I would not give it, and I would not share it, and I would not allow anybody that from the past that has done what they have done. They come around with the same patterns, the same schemes, the same plots to get in my energy, to take, to steal, to thieve, and they are the same harvesting succubus beings. They will not be allowed in my space. They're thieves, they're con men, they're witches, and they're warlocks. And anybody that's in the government that continues to target, you will manifest yourself out, you will manifest yourself in karma, whether it be disease or destruction, because that's your choice. I'm giving you the mechanics of the reality. These experiences of Earth have to be looked at and faced to transmute it, because it's in your codes. It's in your timeline. You can't get to 5D without facing the hard human issues that need to be healed. We need higher vibrational leaders that understand what a higher self is and practice in the higher self daily. If the leaders are not practicing in being their higher self, they are not higher self aligned. They are not caring for the greater good of the people. And even if they say they do, but they finance MK Ultra programs, human experimenting programs, human black market programs, human organ transferring programs, human targeting programs of the light and the light workers, they have no clue who they are. They have no clue about the higher self. They are not in any consciousness awareness. They are pushing chemtrails. They are pushing trafficking. They are pushing human enslavement. They're pushing low vibrational agendas. You have to see it. You have to accept it. You have to know that you played a part. That is when you become consciously aware, and everything before you has a vibration. Read into it. Your body will show you and tell you. And what they said, we're going to close this off. What they said, that which was really, really important. Let me get to that channeling part because it was really cool. Detachment and healing your woundings from your soul fragments. Again, your integration is that alchemy. You have to do that alchemy. You cannot ascend without doing the alchemy. And that's how you then get to a neutral state. Once you accept it and acknowledge it, that that's in your field, that was your story. You chose that from your lower vibrational beliefs. Just accept it. It's not judgment. You have to accept everything to know that you can transmute it. Then you say, okay, now I want to choose this. I'm a self-loving person. I wouldn't do those low vibrational practices. And low vibrational is not a statement of judgment. It just is. You're not on a high vibrational scale if you're watching and taking part in pornography. You're just not. And you never will be. That is a statement of truth. That's a statement of vibration. That's a statement of how your cells oscillate. That's a statement of how your light body oscillates. You are not in a light body alignment. You are not in any alignment if you're doing pornography. Life is your proof. That's why it's called underground. That's why it's called the black web. Because that's where it sits. It sits in darkness and blackness. And you will have disease and everything that is aligned with black. Get the mechanics of creational reality. Vibration is everything. What you vibrate is what you create. You can manifest new energies. You can manifest new ideologies. You can manifest new beliefs. You can manifest anything in alignment with your higher self. And with the multidimensional practices that I show you, it has nothing to do with religion. Religion will never alchemize anything. Religion will never, ever. Religion has never, ever taught you to be aligned with your higher self. Ever. Therefore, thus, then. Is that a higher knowing? Is that a higher code of ethic? A cult or coven usually has never practiced you in believing in and surrendering to your higher self, because if they did, they wouldn't do spell work. They wouldn't hurt and target people. They wouldn't steal people's mail. They wouldn't target people and steal their finances while they impale them to death magic and voodoos and sacrifices.
The lowest vibrational scale of the ladder is impaling, targeting, killing, raping, and violence. That's barbaric. It's all 100% unnecessary. It's all 100% healable. You choose. Across all lineages and timelines, your soul's growth is held in the core of your beingness. So again, your soul's blueprint is held in the core of your being. Again, do you express yourself because you have to do it because it's passionate? That's how you know you're in alignment of your soul's passion. I just have to share this. It's so exciting. Oh my gosh, there's so much beautiful information. The sandwich is so beautiful today. I want to share this sandwich. I want to feed the collective. I want to give mana to the collective. That is my soul's blueprint. I'm aligned with my soul's blueprint. I'm aligned with my soul's code. That's why God will always initiate me. I don't need anybody else's initiation. This is my God initiation. So again, that comes from the core of your being. So tune in. Are you aligned with the core of your beingness? That's being multidimensional. They've showed me, and what we're trying to talk about, we don't have any words for it, is that in this new arena of the summer, because it is aligning with the Galactic New Year, the codes and the data will be more multidimensional, and we're not going to have words for it. We're going to hope that we're going to say the words necessary, but again, no, it's multidimensional Christic conduit codes. It's in the field. You just have to sit and unpack it in your own meditations and asking your higher self to assist you in unpacking the Christed codes from the videos. Because there's Christed codes there for you to get. There's only so much that I can say in words and letters and forms. The codes of these new multidimensional downloads are cosmic, alien, and galactic, and we just don't have 3D words for them. So that's what they said. You know that across all timelines, across all lineages, your responsibility is to clear and to heal the 51% of your karma. And you know that by doing so, by being aligned with the core version of who you are, the core excitement of who you are, the 3 E's. Consciousness and awakening is the profundity of understanding your shifts of your beliefs and your perspectives. You know that you're awakening. These are the attributes of ascension. You know that you're awakening when your beliefs and your perspectives shift. You wake up one morning and what was yesterday is not what it is today. You just have to speak out. You just have to do what's right for you. You just have to speak your truth of your throat chakra. You just have to say it's okay to kick people off your channel. That's standing in a new code of ethics. It's no longer allowed. You're being watched by the authorities. You're not allowed in my space anymore. Get off. And the more that you do that, those timelines will be pulled off and spirit and source will take them away. Because you're the one that's chosen your level of your value. No, I want an audience that understands and wants to operate in their highest code of ethics. I want a tribe. I want a consciousness. I want my audience to be of the highest version of humanity. I want to teach and I want to offer and I want to heal and I want to be a part of the inspirational movement forward of all source creator beings that are tapped in, turned on, and ready to go in their Christhood, in their Metatronic light. That's my intention. And so in that attention, I have every right to kick people off my channel and to block them. Because I'm setting a higher code of ethics. Nobody from the past is coming back. Everybody's been given 2 years. If you want to pay me back the money you stole, if you want to clear your karma, I've already told you how to do it. You have to go through my lawyer with a letter of intent on what you did, why you did it, and here's the money to return what you stole, what you paid, what you pilfered, what you raped from me, what you took from my mail, what you took from my bank accounts that wasn't yours to take. Because all of you know what you have stolen, all of you know what you've taken and what you raped from me. Your sex orgy raping my energy, your sex orgy raping my harvesting from my light and manifesting for you, you selfish beings of witchery and warlockery. At some point, your karma is going to hit you in the face and you're going to have to face your reality. If you want to clear your karma, if you want to make it right, sit down and do the work. Because it ain't going nowhere. Your karma is still going to be your karma. Your wounds are still going to be your wounds, and you're going to come up with the next new spell. That spell ain't going to do nothing. You got to sit with your beliefs and your perspectives. When you know you're awakening, when you know that you've changed and shifted, the light is different in your body because you know that you have a new belief now. That's not okay. Trafficking children is not okay, and I'm going to speak about it. Erasing women from every facet of our socioeconomic, spiritual realm is not okay, and I'm standing on it. Ain't nobody going to take me down off this post. It has to be done for the ascension of all Gaia, of all of our galaxy. Divine feminine will be rebalanced. Divine masculine must heal. And that is our destiny. And that is a truth. Nobody in 3D is going to change that. That is God's plan. I speak it. I am the last messenger. If you don't like it, stay off my channel. Go be with somebody else. I don't care. I don't need your validity. I'm not going to bounce back and forth with low vibrational idiocy anymore. No more lower vibrational idiocy. You will be kicked off my channel. And you will be blocked from ever entering into my space. I have my rights. The collective awakening is, again, your sacred trinity. Those are your new pillars of light. Remember your sacred trinity, write it down. And if you practice this every day, you're going to move yourself along in the highest vibrational way, because that's how your higher self is aligned. Your higher self is always aligned with your sacred trinity. And what is your sacred trinity? Your sacred trinity is your collective, how you've come here, the blueprint that you come in, the souls and the gifts and the tools that you get activated in is your Christed toolkit. Your collective, you're here to serve your collective as your collective. You're here to help heal your collective, transcend your collective through your... And then Gaia. That is your sacred trinity. Your guides, your teams, your celestials, the systems of light, the angelics, the masters, the aliens, the celestials, all of those are part of your heavenly teams. And there is a hierarchy. The Christ consciousness does have a hierarchy. Sometimes they work in and out of each other. The angels, the angelics, the celestials, ninth dimensional Pleiadians, ninth dimensional Octurians, the celestials, the Orions, the Lyrans, they're all a part of the Christ consciousness. There are dark versions and there are light versions. Whatever your energy is, if you choose to channel and start practicing your gifts and skills, wherever your vibration is, and this is why I teach you to align and how to clear and cleanse your fields, how to align with your higher self, so that when you do choose to channel and call in higher vibrational beings, you're doing so in safety and honoring of the highest and the best. So you can choose to do that, right? Wherever you vibrate is what you're going to call in, and why we said before, and obviously life is your proof, draw it out. Do the infinity, negative, neutral, and positive. If you conjure and you do spell work from low vibrational energies, you are conjuring devils and demons from those lower vibrations, and it will face you. You have to face what you conjured. There's no way around it. You can't send it to anybody. You have to eat that. You have to eat what you conjured. You have to eat your own sandwich. That is called tower moments. That's called ego death. That's called facing what you created. That's called the unity of oneness consciousness. You will be shown in any way that you have to be, no matter how many towers have to face you, until you see. If you keep manifesting darkness, you will eat it. You will be the darkness you created. There's no way around it. Witches and warlocks, wake up. These are creational reality truths. Get on the wave or get off. Keep saying the same thing. I think it's common sense. Draw it out. Breaking social conformity. So another attribute is you want to break the mold. You want to break anything that is a conformed experience. You don't want to fit in anybody's box. You don't want to fit in anybody's initiation. You want to fit in anybody's rule or conjuring. No, that doesn't work for me. That's you. That's your story. That's your narrative. That's your character. That's not mine. Again, who are you in your story? What's going on within you and what do you exist within? That's your story. That's your art piece. That's your song. That's your poetry. So stick to that. Work with that. Manipulate that in your own energy of who you are with your highest and yourself, and doing in your highest order. Play with energy all you want, only with you. Interfere with none. That's how you know you're a master. Okay, Spirit, I want to work with energy today. I want to work with the elementals and the fairies today. Let's work with them. And you do it in a loving and honoring way. You don't do it to harm or hurt anybody or interfere with anybody's life. Like, who the hell are you? Again, discern the level of intelligence that of these people that are before you, and the agendas, and of course all of the social constructs that are breaking that have to be rewritten. You have to see and face what's being broken, because it was so very, very corrupt. So corrupt. And you absolutely have to speak on the greater good of those that cannot speak, that have already been passed on. You have to be able to do that. Can you stand and speak for those that are not here to speak? Are you taking up the mantle? Are you taking up the mantle, and are you being of the highest version of your soul's experience? If you get those inner pulsations in your soul to say and speak on the behalf of something that is purity of the greater good, if you see somebody being abused, if you see somebody that's being tormented, if you see anything that is not okay with the higher self of the spirit, if you're here to be of a higher spiritual knowing and you do nothing of the sort, you're not spiritually aligned. You're not playing spiritual. Again, spiritual is the allness, the laws of one. Do unto others as you have done unto you. If you're not doing unto others, you're not being spiritual. You're being very wounded. And you can live in those wounds and reality will face you. Either way, you will have your outcome. We're teaching you the mechanics of reality, and it is enlightening. It is getting lighter. It's getting faster. And the energies of karma are coming back. You're going to want to break the mold. You're going to want to break free, and you're going to want to be more intentional on going within on your own soul's blueprint. Everyone has a unique pacing. Everyone has a unique temperament. Everybody will be initiated into certain tests and sequences to test their levels of 3Es, 3As, to assure that they're aligning with their highest creativity and healing their own soul's record. That's why you're here. You're here to heal your soul's record, no other reason. You're not here to manifest billions. It might be somewhere in your soul's blueprint saying, okay, well, there's a timeline where I wanted to manifest and I wanted to, it's my experience to be very wealthy this timeline, and I've had to go through a lot of lessons because there's a lot of people that will want that money that don't deserve it. No, they've proven for 20 years that all they do is party and degrade the soul and degrade the consciousness, and they target people for more gluttony and they target people for more money. Why would you give them more money? As God said, the first will be last and the last will be first. They've been given many opportunities to alter course and they've done nothing but harm humanity. These people will be moved out. The false elitists, the false leaders, the ones that have done nothing but corruption and raping of humanity, they will be moved every hour. And you have to send pulsations into your reality. Who are you? If you are one of them, you probably want to heal. Perhaps you might want to sit with yourself and say, why did I think that was okay? Why do I look at pornography all the time to get myself off? Why do I tap into other people's energy when I know that I shouldn't? Why do I do card readings on other people when I'm really not focusing on myself? Because there's something about yourself you don't want to face. Face it. Go there first. Be a courageous person. Hiding, if you're in secret, if you do all of those things in secret, it is not high intelligence. It is cowardly. You're not facing anything of who you could be. And again, is that intelligent? Ask yourself the hard questions and you will get better answers. Everything is free will. You will get what you will get, but you will no longer be allowed to hurt and harm those that have done the work. Because we deserve our blessings. We deserve to be honored and respected. We deserve a safe place to call home without being attacked, without being put in jars and pins put in us 8,000 times. As a high-functioning person, we feel it. How is it so abrasive that somebody that spews hate all day long get to be who they are, and they've taken 8 people out before me with $1.3 million spent? 8 people were affected in their soul's destiny in some sort of way, and I was number 9, but I survived. I survived this human testing. I survived these tactics of slow dagger, Masonic, warped, distorted, secret coven, cult, government, human testing experiment, whatever you want to call it, whatever labels or terms or words you want to put, it doesn't matter. Why is it that this abhorrent, disgusting, wounded behaviors are okay, and these criminals and the moved back and forth to make sure these trying not to face who they are, and they're trying not to face the narrative of all that they've created, but Source this time is making everybody face what has been done to me. My story will be known throughout the multiverse. My story will be known throughout every system on the human planet, because it incorporates every degradation and every discrimination to every sacred, innocent life. How is it okay that these people get to be who they are, but someone standing forward in divine light that barely survived attacks, while she sent her children light every day, so that they didn't have to face the darkness that she was transmuting hundreds of spells and voodoos and hate every hour? How is that okay? How is it okay in the universe of allness, of all species, of all planets, of all everything? Why is it that only hate and corruption get to be seen and heard and given justice on this planet? And that the leaders and the financiers work their way around so that there is no justice to anybody but the corrupt? How is that? And the biggest question of all, and I want you to take a deep breath and pause. And may this change your soul forevermore. And may you offer this very same question to everybody that you cross. Take a deep breath. In what we have just stated, how many years do you think your planet would last, the species, the life, the water, with this type of abhorrent, barbaric behavior of the erasing of every species but the corrupt? When you create billions of children in the underground to have sex with, pornographic videos exploiting hate and violence and raping, how long will these species last? What is the adaptation on this? What is the disease factor on this? Take a deep breath and ask everybody this going forward. The underground is $1 billion business. What happens, dear lighted ones, when these children grow into be young adults and adults in the workforce, and they start through natural process of their evolution, and they start having to process their soul fragments and their psyche aspects of all of the abuses and the rapes, and those adults that were supposed to hold them sacred and safe, and these adults sold them like they were pieces of meat, and then they exploited them on the internet of the black web and made billions off of it. What happens to these children that are now young adults needing to heal because of their rapes and their abuses, and the governments that finance these things to be okay and be trafficked back and forth? Make no mistake about it, I say with great pause, and I'm talking to every leader that has allowed this to be okay. Your finances knows and exactly where every penny goes and who pays what and what pays who. And you all know it. And yet you do nothing about it. What happens to those adults that are in the system now and are trying to get jobs, but they're too psychologically messed up because of all the ones that didn't have their back, all the ones that didn't speak up for them because they were told that there were safe people looking out for them, and they've done nothing but lie to your face and do abhorrent things behind the scenes. And that was my discrimination case, and I will say it in every courtroom across every land, across every country. Every false ass leader that discriminates and rapes a child and finances it and attacks humans and attacks the innocent light workers, I will see you in court and I will bring you down. God knows your story, and I will say it to the courtroom. And your dirty deeds and your raping will be known by all. Because you're the ones that had the money to heal yourself. You're the ones that had the money to get sessions for healing, and you chose not to. You chose not to bring down the black web. You chose not to bring down trafficking and enslavement of children. Who the hell are you? I'm bringing you down. This is what you've done to God's sacred life. You will never be a leader. You will never be ranked. You'll be cleaned out. The universe just shook. Dear lighted ones, what happens to those children when they go into the workforce and they have to manage who they are when they've never been taught they're a divine being of God? How many times was I raped? How many times was I molested? How many times were my videos exploited and I didn't receive a penny while I sat homeless? Shame on all of you that have not made a penny worth of right, and why you will never enter into my space ever again. I deserve better. I'm a goddess and I am a queen of the heavens, and you treated me like I was trash and dirt, and you tried to sell me to your underground fucking pyramids of satanic sacrificing as my name past the hands of false marriages and false deeds and false contracts that had nothing to do with me. I wouldn't sign an ounce, I wouldn't sign a feather to any of you. You're not ranked, and you will never be before me. You will be moved. The heavens have spoken, all of you have finished your judgment. I am the scales and you didn't make it. You will be moved one by one. Why? Because I walk with Anubis and I'm the scales of new earth, you didn't make it. I went through what I went through, dear lighted ones, to show you the minutiae and the mechanics of what it takes to heal from rape. What it takes to heal from and targeted and spellcast and voodoo to never amount to anything because they'd rather use your gifts and your skills and your light and your tenderness and your innocence and your purity of heart to go feed their fucking dicks and their jack-offs, and they can manifest stuff. I know what it feels like to be harvested 1,000 million 100,000 times and have to fight back to get my energy back and my chakras and get my light back and get my voice back. I know how to survive that. Those that harvested and used my light and abused my light and hurt people, how dare you? That's why your judgment is going to be so harsh and there is no mercy. If they made it that far, and some of them will choose to take themselves because the damages were so fucking great. I survived it. I feel it. Upon me. They had no fucking right to. MK Ultra, human testing, human experimenting, voodoo, magic, spells, and all the other bullshit things that were done to me. I sleep with it every fucking night and I alchemize it every fucking night. How dare all of you? And then you have a right to think you're entitled to anything that God blesses me because I survived your shit? You'll get not an ounce or a feather. Do your own fucking work. And that goes for every leader that thinks that the underground and them financing it and them making sure that the criminals get away with what they get away with and the criminals that get to target the light workers actually speak out on it. How dare you? Your soul is so filled with karma, you'll never see a light timeline. away in the pornography of Epstein Earth. You choose. Every day they're being pushed out. There's no fence sitting. It's not polite anymore. We're not being all polite and we're going to have a little tea party and talk about these things in the most polite and honoring of ways, which I've tried to do. I'm speaking on behalf of the children that die every day because of their sexual diseases that they did not cause. I speak for the children that get raped every day, that get forgotten and ignored every day. I speak out for women that have been killed before me because they knew in their intuitive hearts they were speaking on something that mattered, and they were shut down, placed voodoo and magic, and taken out in slow dagger ways. How dare any of you call yourself a leader? You are not ranked. Each and every one of you will be moved. You had many, many, many infinite opportunities to make right. So far, none of you have. 51%, everybody is accountable. Every single person in every single reality is accountable. You will not move forward in traversing the galaxy until you get 51% of these lessons. You must honor and respect all life and never judge it or interfere with it. If you interfere with it in any way, spells, sacrificing, voodooing, targeting, human testing, human Epstein, whatever the agendas are, whatever your selfish agendas are, elite financing of any agendas, Musk and Gates and all of your private programs that think you know what you're doing for the world. You're not aligned with your higher self, you don't know. Nuclear war and nuclear weapons and chemtrails, you don't know what you're doing, you're going to be moved. My voice is of the heavens and I will speak it. These are truths of the divine plan. And if you so don't like it, click off. We don't care about your discernment of my voice. I speak truths that have to be faced. $1 billion pornography business. What do you say about that, dear humans? Dear leaders that support it and finance it? You're walking into a new version of space now, and this version of space is utter respect for all life. So, how are you going to alchemize it? How will you face this underground business that is coming to your face every day? To know your own soul's blueprint, to set your own boundaries and standards, to work within your higher self and your teams, that is manifesting a new earth. And then speaking on behalf of the spirit for those that have been taken before you, because they didn't get to survive. Nobody stood up for them. There was so much corruption, the criminals are walking around, and the innocent get targeted and they commit suicide. Who wants to be here on a planet like this? But God said to me in every day that I am up, bathing light on everything that has tried to suppress me and keep me down and target me and vibrationally rape me. Every day I work with these energies and I face it right back and I return it right back. I will stand and I will face you. Fat, ugly suits. Because you are not ranked, I am. And these children deserve people that will be safe and integrous and hold a higher sword for them. Not sell their bodies because you get money for it. How dare you? These are the seeds of the garden, and you have done nothing but rape them. Heal your experiences, divine masculines and divine feminines. How did we allow it? Every deceit, every manipulation, every untoward thing in your home, bring it up and face it. You're manifesting new homes now, and there's new pillars, if you so choose. You choose your earth. These are very serious topics because you've allowed it to get that way. Will these big financiers be talking about healing of all the underground corruption that they have had financing? What leader has talked about multidimensional healing for the billion underground dollar business? I don't do drugs. Idiot comments that say that you're an energy healer, energy helper. You're not an energy helper by comments like that. You're cloaking yourself in idiocy. Your energy is felt and known, and you'll be blocked. Your IP addresses are being watched. I have my rights to speak in higher consciousness. You're not higher consciousness, get off. You're not allowed on my channel anymore. And keep making your fake icons, I will see it.
and I will feel it, and I will throw it off. Michael and the ancestors and the legions, block these beings from my channel, please. Do not allow them in my space. Physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, get them out of my energy now. They're the ones in the underground that want the underground to continue because they get paid to target and hate people. They get paid to come on lightworkers' channels and cause disruption and distraction and chaos. They want to throw chaos magic at you because they want you to question who you are. They want you to question and deconstruct yourself and what you know about yourself. No, I know exactly who I am. You're the one that is mud. Get off. I speak of light. You're not it. Get off. I didn't ask you to come on. I didn't invite you. Get off. You want to be higher consciousness? You want to be higher vibration? You want to be a leader? Then stay on. You're invited. You're here. Your consciousness is with me. Those that want to be idiots and throw chaos and throw magic and throw unimportant messages of your idiocy, get out of my channel. You will no longer be allowed. You're weeded out day by day. I'm a high vibrational master, and this is who I am, and I will speak as I will speak because my energy is of all those that didn't have the chance or the voice to do so. I speak for the dead. I speak for the forgotten. I speak for the ones that are still being raped right now, in this very moment, as people are clicking on their little black web searches and being charged to their credit cards. Credit card companies, if you had any morals or integrity, you would be pulling out every single charge on everybody's statement that goes to a black web underground account. And if leaders were really leaders, this is what they would do one by one by one by one. And every day they will be moved out to Epstein Earth because they want to stay in pornography and selling the bodies and being dark. Then be dark. There's no judgment. Go be dark. But you're not going to force the light ones to be your darkness. You're not going to force us to be in your story. You're not going to force us to be your pornographic characters, your little targeting for your voodoo and your magic for you to practice your little death wishes on. How dare you? Who the fuck are you? Again, the level of intelligence. Let's go practice a death wish on somebody. Let's see if our death wishes work. Okay, well, you just committed yourself to 100 lifetimes of darkness. You had no idea the idiocy of these energies, of the timelines and the dreams and the potentials and the art and the songs that these people were meant to have. I speak for that. I speak for those that want to align to their godliness. You want to align to your godliness. The children that are continually being pornographied, that are being sold, that are being trafficked as slaves, all of those, every voice on humanity has an opportunity to make new earth. These are the experiences that have to be healed. They have to be faced. And divine masculine are now shifting to a consciousness in which their emotional bodies have to be mastered because they're not mastering their emotional bodies. They're being stuck in their mental bodies, which is fine. That's what they've been trained to. But women have done their ascension path work. Women have mastered their emotional body. That's why we can stand in what we say and we say, no, I know who I am. I've done my work. I've done my ascension work. Right? Do the work. What and who are you? Again, is the foundations of your alignments. If you want higher wisdoms, higher guidance, higher healing, and higher direction, there is the higher alignment. Again, your higher self and your soul, that's how you align. Every new cycle, you're going to be offered new celestial, alien, cosmic, as God called it, data. So omnipresent juice, I guess, spices. I'm trying to give you other words, metaphors, codes. Data is like codes and spices of the sandwich. What's in the soup? You're going to be given new alien celestial codes in the soup because you have to have the refined body fields, energies in your chakras, in your fields, in your causal field, because every time you do clearing, you lighten up. Your oscillation goes faster. And so that means that you have more experiences and more opportunities to call in the more diverse data. So that's going to be just a part of the ride. That's a part of your new sandwich. Every new ascension cycle is a new ascension sandwich. The sandwich is a metaphor for the data and the juice that is the omnipresence, that is source creator, because your inner equals outer. Remember, light begets light, light begets light. The more you're working with light, the more data, the more
minutia of juice you have to work with, and therefore that's what they said, confirming those that want to book healing sessions with me and matter form sessions with me if you want. You're going to have greater command over your matter body because the data and the juice is different, the spices are different, the herbs are different. Again, constituents, yeah, the omnipresence constituents, the substrate is changing every day. The substrate will not hold lower vibrational energy. It will be pulled out. And that's where you can see it. Any comment that's on the line, you can see a low vibrational comment to a high vibrational comment. You can see the energy from where people are behaving from. And I have my right to stand in what I have my right to stand in. I don't have to sit there and take it. Whereas they've expected most divine feminine to sit and take their ignorance. No, I don't have to take your ignorance. Clearing karma, creator gods and grids. Okay, so yeah, every new cycle you're going to be asked to detach and let go. Again, let go of what you thought your constructs were, your pillars of light were, or your not pillars of light, your pillars of reality. Let that go, because those pillars of reality are breaking. You're going to have to look at clearing your karma. You are the creator of the grids and everything in the grids. Again, you're a substrate. If you're intending higher vibrational substrate, you within you, light within light, light begets light. Again, your vibration is what you're going to create and manifest. Preparation for the new galactic space-time. Again, every August 8th, we move into a new galactic space rotationally within our galaxy. It is the highest point of connection and enmeshment with our galactic soul body, soul brethren, soul blueprints. Our soul blueprints right now, this is why I'm bringing this video on right now, are energy fields right now. I'm usually about 6 months to a year ahead of most of the collective because my role is to teach and help. The codes that we are going to be being offered is a new depth and level of your soul's blueprint. And it's going to be very intense and very wonderful. I can't wait because I've done a lot of clearing. And so I'm really, really excited for all of the celestial groups and the hybrid groups and the hybridization and all of the beautiful groups that I've been working with to become more quasi-physical and to come forward in different ways. So it's really, really, really cool. And usually August is the most intense time of the year. So it's really good to put in really good practices for self-love, self-compassion, forgiveness. Get all of these energy practices in every day. You can make a list of your top 5 energy practices and your tips and hints to stay energetically aligned at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. If you have a 9-to-5 job that you go to, even if you work from home, give yourself these top 5 tips at the beginning of the day and the end of the day so that you maintain your alignment with your higher self and you maintain a clear field. And that's the best that you can do. You're being a commander of your multidimensional bodies and fields. Because again, you're going to be offered your soul fragments, your soul aspects to integrate and to face and to heal. Preparation for the new galactic space-time. Again, the energy in the new space energy will be different. It will feel different. I've already felt it. And so I'm giving you as best as we can human words to give you an idea. That's why they're also showing me, thank you, Holy Spirit, thank you, Holy Spirit, that, thank you, Holy Spirit, that these galactic space bedding, spices, sandwich soup will be affecting the subconscious underground, because the underground is our subconscious, what we've allowed. That bedding of the underground will be exactly what will be pulled up, and it has to be. That coating of light will force the darkness to be pulled up. And that's just how light works. That's what light does. Light shines on the darkest places for it to be exposed. It has to be exposed. We have to heal it. This is how we know we are evolutionary beings. If we don't evolve, then we will go extinct. We have to understand the adaptation. We have to understand creational reality here. If we don't heal these very tumultuous, dark aspects of how we've suppressed the soul's experience, how we have suppressed the soul's desire to explore gender, to explore who we are as souls, without harming or interfering with children at all, or interfering with any other person's free will. This is why our last video was so important about allowing gender preferencing and everybody's soul exploration to be as it is. Just don't interfere with anybody else's path. Right? You're going to be entering into a time. So this is the words they say. Again, they're only multidimensional words. It's not how it's going to feel or be. It's just the only words that I had. It's going to be a, they said, we're entering into a time wormhole. It's the only words that we have. So stop into it and don't take it literally. That's just what this next time is about, because we are imploding all timelines into a higher timeline. Every person is responsible for what they experience. Nobody's doing the work for you. Nobody's transmuting your karma. You're the one that has to choose what wormhole, what timeline you're going to be on. And I teach you the tips and the skills and the toolkit that everybody has within them to do so. Following others, conforming, surrendering to others is not being a Christ-conscious, fully awaked and aware, self-actualized person. Following and being conformed is not the answer. Remember that most of the ancient timelines and most of our ancient memories will become as part of another attribute of ascension. You're going to remember your ancient timelines of shamanism, of herbalism, of, you know, where you were a tribal leader, how you led your tribes, and all those sorts of things. Those ancient rememberings and ancient memories are going to come more into the forward, whether it's through dream, whether it's through the vision, whether it's through recognition of a soul remembering of people before you that hold a certain vibration. Those of us that hold many different vibrations, we activate those into a higher consciousness state of being. Ancient timelines had a lot of close connections with celestials and aliens. And so we're just remembering and harmonizing and creating a new timeline where the ancients come with us and we're now cosmically alien, human, hybridized into new forms and ways. So again, we're taking all past, all present, and all future, and we're harmonizing it into one. This is what we're talking about. That's the wormhole that we're talking about. So they were just saying all ancient timelines had a lot of higher celestial, higher alien connections. There was a lot of visitation back then, and the ancient tribes knew it, but a lot of the hieroglyphics, a lot of their tribal stories included a lot of our celestial space. A change in the reality always begins with your change in vibration within yourself. Spirit and energy always come first, and then it manifests in matter form. Again, your matter form is what we said earlier. The more in love, alignment, and meshment of you are of your own sandwich, of your own soup, of your own juice with you and source, the omnipresence, the constructs, the substrates, the more in alignment that you are with that, the more that you work with that with love and light and compassion and forgiveness, the more that you're going to see matter form being secondary to all that is spirit, because spirit begins first and then matter. How you heal a disease is always going into the energy story first, because your disease is in your matter form. So you have to heal that energetic story first. A change in your reality begins as energy first. You have to change your vibration, which is healing yourself. You have to go through that multidimensional healing. The process of doing your daily work and transmuting is that 51%. You have to face, whatever comes up. Face it, acknowledge it. 3 A's, 3 E's. There will be more pure, refined light, and why forcing and spell casting, all those things will be less and less successful, because it's a higher refined light. It will not operate in that way. Again, the codes and the data will not, give me the right word for that, Spirit. Oh, it's okay. The codes and the data of this new energy will not cooperate with lower vibrational tactics, and it will be seen and shown. So again, remember what we said is that everything is an equation, right? There's equations to all creational reality. The higher the creational reality, the less the lower creational tactics will work. That's why, again, darkness doesn't have any intelligence, because it's operating in really low tactics. It doesn't know how to operate in higher vibrational light. So the codes and the dynamic here is not going to, this is an equation that doesn't match. They don't cooperate with each other. So that's where you're going to be given a chance every day. What can you detach from? Because it's not cooperating with you. You want to operate in a higher vibrational format, code, equation, and it's not matching with you, so you need to let it go and release. And that's where you have to also work with spirit and source, and you have to also absolutely say to source, I need to release this story. It's not in alignment of my highest and my best. Please release it from my energy field, and slowly you move into a new direction. Again, what you focus on, what you direct, and what you intend is how you create your reality. That's why sometimes you have to starve those lower vibrational energies that just aren't getting it, because they're not doing the work. They just want to feed off your light. They just want to be in your energy. They just want to suck and be off whatever you're whatever you're producing. That's not being a co-creative partner. People have to level up and do the work. They're not going to be able to be cooperative in your energy. The substrates are not going to match. And you'll know it. And why would you allow that in your space? Right? Because it's lowering your vibration, it's lowering your energy, it's lowering your outcome, it's lowering your output, it's lowering what you're going to manifest. That's why God will move all those people out of the way. They're not meant to have a part of your sandwich. They were given many opportunities, they abused it, they used it, they sold it, they're not allowed. Period. And forcing your energy on somebody is not how you respect and honor spirit. You got to do the work. Never force your energy. Again, as we just said, the equations aren't matching. Being pulled into lower chaotic stories, again, that's what you need to detach from. It's a lower vibrational story. I'm not going to play that story, cut the cord and move on. Right? The equal self-knowing and nurturance, again, you're going to be discerning, more discerning of what's nurturing you, because again, the codes are going to be different and weird. So you have to know, this is what's nourishing me now. Get up and change your practices of your connection and your relationship with Source and Spirit and Gaia, your sacred Trinity. If you're nurturing and you're moving with that in a more loving and honoring way, you're going to become more sure, more clear, more pure with your vibration and with your story. Again, you're honoring your multidimensionality. You have to practice the other multidimensional vibrations of your field and speaking on behalf of your spirit, what your spirit needs. That's why you're going to have to move through the minutia of surrendering and refining your environment, what you're putting in your body, what you're ingesting, what you're digesting, and allowing the refinements to actually be the detachment, because you want to purely refine with you and Source. That's your only initiation. That's your only compass. Never ever initiate to anybody outside of you or want yourself to be in any other thing around you, right? Your story is about your contract with you and God. That's your soul blueprint, your marriage with God. Nothing comes before that. Nothing becomes more important than that. The biophysical, okay, this is what they want to say before we get off. The biophysical, your matter takes its cue from you energetically. So if you're in a self-loving space, and that's why I teach you the healing sessions at night, if you want to book a session with me, my PayPal is below. Everything in your body, from your cells, your atoms, your brain matter, your tissues, your bone structure, every cell reproduction, every time your cells reproduce in the cycles that your cells reproduce, it will only manifest in its way that it did last time in its last cycle of evolution if you don't change the programming. Because your cells have a process of reproduction. Your cells will reproduce in the same manner. If it's a cancerous cell, it's going to manifest in the cancerous way unless you recode it. So that's why you're in charge of the matter form, right? And so they were saying your matter takes its cue from you. The more pure and loving you are with yourself, again, that pure heart and that higher mind alignment, that's everything to alchemy. And so they said, those of you that have been with me for a while, you can write these terms now and then unpack it, because I don't know what these words mean. I haven't unpacked it. I have a vibrational energy of what it means, but I have to unpack this because these are new words for me. And we're talking about the biophysical changes. You're going to have more control over your biophysical form because the substrates are different. You're becoming more godly, right? This is introducing us to how we're going to bilocate, how we're going to levitate, how we're going to have more control over our physical matter. And we need to know this, right? Because we don't want to be popping ourselves into realities we're not ready for and all those kind of things. And so the more in love and aligned you are within your higher self and aligned with your higher self, the more honoring and shifting you'll see with your physical body. I've been doing it and I've been seeing a lot of great results. So I can teach you how to do that. And that's in any way of your physical beauty, right? Your Venus beauty. So this is what they said. You'll be in more command of the matter form in your reality based on your intimacy of your connection and relationship with spirit. Because again, it's micro, macro. It is the substrates. It is the omnipresence. It is the sandwich. It is God, right? If you're respecting God, God's going to respect you back. If you're disrespecting God, you're going to get pulled out. It's just the substrates. So the polysynthesis, this is the new word. Sit with it, unpack it. Those of you that work with your Ascension Pathwork, the polysynthesis of your highest attributes, surrender, unconditional trust and self-love, and trusting unconditional in Source's guidance, the force source. Your surrender to Source. Source has always got your highest and best in mind. Source is always leading you to a higher soul dynamic, a higher soul data point for your energy. Remember, when I say data, when I say energy, your data field, your Merkaba field, your Metatronic field needs to be fed certain things. So if you surrender that to God every day, it's called the polysynthesis of how you're being moved will be secondary. It'll just be natural, just be a flow. That's why you need surrender. You need trust with God, trust with your higher self and teams. And this is where Divine Masculine has to do a lot of healing, because Divine Masculine does not have any value of trust in itself, in its intuitive body, because it's never been led by its higher self. It's been led by ego. So I'm giving you the healing attributes for Divine Feminine and Divine Masculine. Divine Feminine, because we heal and we've mastered our emotional body for the most part, it's a daily thing, right? Your polysynthesis will be of the data in that higher form, and they're showing me right now, galactic and celestial, because it has to be. We're entering 5D cosmic space, and we've done our clearing. We've done our lower vibrational chakra clearing. And so in that that's a hard word to say, polysynthesis, it will equally be the higher chakras. You'll be getting a lot more higher chakra activations. Totally felt it. Just so that you know, I'll give you a few attributes of your throat chakra clearing, and your third eye, and your galactic third eye, and your crown chakra, and your soul star chakra, and all the chakras that you have in between, because there's billions of them. When you have an important new phase of ascension and you have a throat chakra clearing, you're going to get a lot of sores inside your mouth, because there's a lot of energy being purged from the throat chakra. Or if you've gone through a really tumultuous time where you've been impaled again with magic on your throat chakra, that energy has to work itself out. It has to come through the body somehow. So when, as I said to you in my last video, my teams are giving me a chakra upgrade. That chakra upgrade in all of my chakras produced a biophysical, biomechanical energy that needs to be processed. And then YouTube videos, meditation videos about working on different chakras, whatever, any of the densities that are held deep within, and just alleviate some of the pain that might be going on inside the mouth, especially if you're going to have a career or a vocation that is speaking, teaching, or singing. Right? Because you want those densities to be cleared out. So that's how you know your body's doing what it needs to do. Your physical body is always showing you the next adjustments of energy. Your mental, physical, or your causal field, all of those things are a part of your multidimensional experience. So really tune in and have fun with it. Your multidimensional experience is so fun. That's why I've written about it. I have 3 books. My books are on Amazon or Barnes & Noble. Just look them up. So this is about the biophysical attributes of this. Of your highest attributes will require that you surrender, that you have unconditional self-love and trust for your own path. Again, knowing yourself. That's why that's why the Ascension path is always done in increments, so that you can gain energy and truth and knowing of who you are. You can know the path and trust the path and keep surrendering every new cycle. Keep surrendering, keep surrendering. You're not supposed to control or manage anything. Source knows what Source is doing. You're just meant to be creative, pulsing in what you know to be true about your highest excitement and your passion. And God will do the rest. Spirit will do the rest. The substrates will do the rest. Trusting unconditionally that your teams know what they're doing. They have your teams always, always, always have your highest and your best intentions. That's why you know anybody that is not aligned with their higher self when they're constantly manifesting tower moments and destruction. Because their higher self would never manifest that for them. So they're not aligned. They're not aligned with the heating of their own spirit, because they're manifesting towers that are negative and destructive. Shifts in your reality. Okay, so let's go back to polysynthesis. This is another statement. Yeah, if there's somebody in the chat room that is being disrespectful, again, just go in with it, working within yourself, BB. You need to work within your own energies and your own higher self. And you can just, send certain energies if they're being negative or derogatory to the, you can just, I think there's a little thing on your end of it. On your chat, you'll just be noticing polysynthesis. So poly-integration, polysynthesis is the substrates of galactic energies of where we're moving as a planet into higher codes, more higher data. An aptitude. This is why, because they always give how to process their vibrational light, how to vibrational packages of information to speed you up, because your brain is used to bodies, and they all play a purpose, and they all play an experience in your profundity, every one of your body's quantum capacities, in your brain capacities, in your brain different ways to understand the logic. It's multidimensional. It's ash. There's so much juice. There's so much data. Right? You have to allow yourself to harmonize, do a light language. So call all your energies in and all your light in. Call it all in. All your energies in and all your light in. Call it all in. Visualize the beautiful that runs along your spine. Middle of the day, at the end of your day, focus on the quantum reality, juice, data that you have access to. It's all light. It's all source. Call it in. Practicing healing. Call all of your consciousness back to you. You are the only one that is allowed to touch your consciousness. You are in charge of your consciousness. You are in charge of healing your consciousness. You are in charge of awakening your consciousness. You are in charge of activating your consciousness. The more intentional, honoring, and expansiveness that you want to be with your consciousness, then you're allowing yourself more expansive codes, and God is moving you. God's going to be moving you, and it's always done electromagnetically. So just know that when you're in touch and in tune with who you are, from here on out, you're going to feel things as a magnetic equation. As we said earlier, the data in the high vibrational energies will no longer cooperate with the lower vibrational tactics, because it's a magnetic that doesn't match. So they have to be moved out, and they'll be on an earth experience where you just see less and less of them. They'll think that they're on the same earth, but they'll just have less and less potential to interact with you because you're going to be on a different earth. It's a different magnetic. So from here on out, you're enhancing, you're in charge of, you're responsible for. So you're going to have to focus on really grounding the energies and breeze. Your dreams are going to be more colorful. You're going to come into more colorful. You're going to come into more contact with a strange and awkward alien energies, whether it be Gaia, the biosphere, or through your dreams. We are preparing ourselves for higher galactic data. And that's why I've been trying, if you go back 6 videos or so, ago, and just mark down things that stand out through all timelines. We're going to talk about that in our next episode, because there is many of you that you'll be starting to notice how many timelines you're absolutely stepping on to kind of close up stories, heal stories, tap stories, put your energy here, put your energy there, because they're all needed in the implosion of this new experience timeline. So we're going to talk about that because I just didn't have enough time today. I wanted to focus on the vibrational aptitude of how you're going to feel in your physical body. It's going to be a lot more felt. You're going to feel, like I said, I've been working with my physical body, and I've been noticing the direct practice with your gifts and skills. Intend to see 3 red roses in a day. Intend that into your reality, and then just watch for it, play with it, soften in it. Don't force it, just soften with it. This is reality. I'm going to focus and direct my intention on allowing 3 red roses to come to my consciousness today. I'm going to allow 3 things that will help me heal my disease. And I'm just going to wait for it. I'm going to soften it. Again, as we said earlier, surrender, unconditional trust and love, and then trusting the universe knows what it's doing. It's always lining you to higher and better. Anything that's taken out of your life, always trust unconditionally. God will always replace it with something that is more in higher alignment. Because remember we said, the data and the energy that you've now allowed yourself to go to because you've done the work, it will no longer operate with lower vibrational energies. It has to be moved. That's why God will be creating towers for those that refuse to make the choices and the decisions. Choosing to do nothing is choosing. And God will move what needs to be. You don't want to necessarily get there. You want to do the work yourself because you're the one that wants to be the master. And so, your stream keeps and so, yeah, if you focus on your consciousness of the direction of the matter body, you help adjust it. And it really does feel really great. And you're also going to have to focus on grounding. Is so important, because again, it's hitting on the higher chakras, which is going to make you feel kind of woozy and dizzy. And sometimes you will manifest accidents or bumping into things because you're in a higher space, and you have to remember being present in your body. And this is what we have to teach the children every day. If you have children, if you're around children, have them focus on presenting themselves and grounding in their bodies every day. because they're going to be feeling the light first, because they're of a lighter oscillation, they're of a higher vibration than we are, and you're going to be finding more bumps and bruises and things like that, because they're just going to naturally they're not taught how to ground, they're not taught how to work with their chakras, they're not taught how to work with all these things, so they need to ground inside their body. And just to let all of you know too, those of you that have unintelligent comments on the line, not you, Clito. Anytime that there is a collective live stream and I get on the collective, I'm transmuting the negative energies that are on there. So again, any of the projections and the comments that are on there, I'm transmuting all of those negative energies and your negative comments, because that's what I do as a conduit. It will play back okay. Yeah, it does. It'll play back okay. So you're going to have more form over matter form. And there was one other thing that I wanted to say. Part 3. Refined light cells, alignment, breath, and connection are going to be operating in new cosmic energy as we enter more closely towards the Lion's Gate. If you practice to be aware of this and just have those soft conversations with your higher self in the morning, how can I refine and be in greater alignment with my highest connection through breath, through intention, so that I can operate in my highest and my best? You will have that awareness just automatically of things in the matter form changing and altering around you. I gave you little tips and hints that you can look for. If you want to look for roses in your day, how can you manifest that rose? If you want to look for, how can I find money that's just been dropped or placed on the ground, or how can you just find free money that's just on the ground or whatever? You can manifest that. So practice with small things first. Practice with manifesting your connection with spirit first, because that's more soulful, right? Can I manifest something that spirit will show me in an animal today? Can I manifest my connection with the substrates? Can I manifest something about the data? Data means if you go to a park and you sit in front of a tree, is there a download there for you? 100% there will be a yes. And what I teach in my videos, do you have the capacity and aptitude to take a higher celestial construct and bring it down to the physical and then manifest it in an expression? And all of you that are my clients, I teach you how to do that. And all of you know that. You're taught how to express through poetry. You're taught how to express through, yes, reflections. Very good. And then you express it. You have to have that other side of the infinity. If you're being downloaded something by source and spirit, your body needs to move the energy. You're a vessel of God, you need to move the energy. So it has to be expressed. If it doesn't get expressed, that is when you come into imbalance or differentiations of what's being stuck in the chakras. You have to move that energy. And you know with greater clarity, just because you know your soul blueprint, you know who you are. The chakras that are most stuck are the ones that you're here to absolutely be a part of leadership in, i.e. the throat chakra. Or if you're a healer, you know, whatever that tune and gift is, my gift is my throat chakra. So that is where those celestial tests, you know, they're going to be testing me. I'm going to be getting greater codes in my throat chakra because I'm a speaker for the collective. I'm going to be having a lot more codes in my throat chakra. Has to be cleared. So for the past 2 weeks, I've had a lot of sores because it's just been purging all that magic and all that stuff that's been done to me. And then to offset it, again, doing your healing at night, I do healing affirmations, I do light work at night on all of my body. So that anything that's done to me in the outer, my teams are helping me, my guides are helping me, I have ancestors that are helping me, God is always helping me. I'm in healing chambers all the time, I'm doing my own inner work, so that those negative energies are going to less and less affect me, and they're going to be sent back. So it's just honoring the process of all different energies that are before you, and then you get to state your intentional audience, you get to state your reality, you get to state what you want to see for divine masculine. Set those pulsations of what does a 5D divine masculine look like and feel like and vibrate at. What is the new code of ethics for divine masculine? How can divine masculine release expectations of all old world energies and all old world pillars, socio, political, economic, all of those spiritual things that they were taught, told, and shown? And how can you present new codes of energy for them and helping them in their healing? Because those expectations are going to be a lot of what this summer will be about releasing. There's going to be a lot of corruption that will have to be faced, and releasing the expectation of trying to fit the response and the resolve in through old world dynamics, because it can't be. You cannot heal old world issues from old world energy and dynamics. That's why those of us are here as Christed leaders, because we're aligning with a higher aptitude and capacity on what truly is needed to heal the social ills and the social wounds. They need a higher code of enlightenment. You cannot heal anything from a low vibrational code of where it began, as Einstein said. Cannot see the trees through the forest, right? You have to heal those things from a higher code. And this is why we offered to you earlier, what will happen with all of those billions in the underground, and there are no structures or social support and no help and no safety. Each and every one of us that have been on the path for a really long time, that is why we're so passionate about healing and teaching. We have to create new socio systems of healing, absolutely directly intending that the collective be healed, so that they don't go off in tangents of gross negligence, hurting more people and creating that same cycle of abuse. Because abusive people that have been abused, if they're not healed, they'll just continue with these cycles of abuse, most often than not. And so the cycles and the patterns have to stop. What's been in the underground has to be pulled up and faced. And how are we going to start creating new healing systems? There's so many people on the planet that are ready to create new answers of a higher resolve, because we're aligned with the higher self, and spirit is here to help us. This was our mess. We now have to clean it up. And these are the expectations that we're placing for Divine Masculine. Divine Masculine has to clean up the mess. They have to see themselves from a higher resolve. They have to get in touch with their intuitive body. They have to get in touch with their divine. It's going to take us probably a good 10 of reworking, again, the pillars. Pillars are going to be so important, what you align with, source and spirit. It's not going to take us thousands of years to heal this, because light is much more powerful now. We understand the psyche now more than we've ever understood it. We're teaching things that have never been taught on earth before. We're advancing in so many profound and miraculous ways. It's not going to take us 1,000 years to heal this. Everybody was a part of creating what's manifesting on earth. Nobody is excluded. Predominantly in our social world, over all political genres, look at the research, do the research. Men are 97% in the role of leadership and creators of everything in our socioeconomic standards. Divine feminine have been utterly erased. There has been no balance. That's why the mess is the way the mess is. There's no balance. And the red flags are extinction if we don't get this. Everybody has to face it. Divine feminine are equal teachers, healers, and leaders, and our energy is needed to rebalance the planet. We've had to adapt in very horrendous ways. That's not a good adaptation. The stress is on a divine feminine body for her simply to survive. They have thrown divine feminine into probably the worst states that we've been in our health. Because the energy is, we're not expected, we're not honored, we're not valued. Our voices are not heard. And if we do have a voice that speaks of thousands of years of discrimination and attacking, we have comments of slow down, hush, hush, quiet up. No, I'm not going to quiet up. It's 3,000 years of discrimination. I have my rights. I'm speaking for every woman that's never had a place in leadership, because they were sacrificed out of it by a 33rd degree Mason and their warped beliefs that seem to be more important than actual justice. These are literal things that are going on in every hour of our making of our world. And every single person is responsible for New Earth or the Epstein Earth. Again, if you choose to remain in ignorance and blame everything on other people and blame everything on other people, that will be your Epstein Earth. If you choose to attack and continue attacking, that will be the Epstein Earth, and you'll be... The people need to be healed. There's no systems that will heal them, because they need to heal. Who's healing them at a multidimensional level? No 3D psychiatrist that doesn't understand psyche, soul aspects. They have no idea about the DNA. They have no idea about the many timelines that child is meant to be on. If that child was attacked by infinite number of spell and magic, that psychiatrist, counselors, they don't talk about magic and spell work and rituals that are done on a child, because that child is benevolent, that child is sacred, that child is of royalty of the heavens. There's nobody that could have healed me on any of the stuff that I came forward to heal. I had to heal it within myself. There's no 3D structure. There's no 3D support. There's no 3D people protecting me. And there's billions of children, crystals and indigos and high functioning children that are abused every day and targeted. Who's healing them? Where is the money of these systems? How can we start renegotiating monies from chemtrails to healing systems? How can we start seeing our systems of political rules and choices and the leaders that aren't aligned with light? How can we see new experiences so that healing is a priority, aligning with the higher self is priority, aligning with your sacred trinity is priority? How can these new systems of teachings be brought in and releasing all that was, and hopefully allow everybody an opportunity to align with their highest light body, which they absolutely have every right to. Every child in the underground has their right to align with their Christed body and for it to be healed, and it can be healed if they so choose. They are not guaranteed a life of hell because adults chose to do the most degrading, horrible thing to them. They do have promise and they do have hope, and I am going to be that voice. And those that choose to create their expressions and their comments every time I bring these things up, those are the people that are involved in these experiences. Those are the people that tell me to shut up, and those are the people that tell me to calm down, and those are the people that tell me that I'm operating out of negativity and hate. These are the truths. Those children absolutely are a child of God, and they have 100% opportunity to heal that body and to be the highest form of light and hybrid and indigo and crystal that they came to be, and their life was taken from them by selfish, arrogant, truly they didn't deserve any of it. They don't deserve any of it. And so that's our promise. Our promise is every child gets an opportunity to ascend. We are now putting those pulsations in 5D earth. Every child will be liberated. Every child will be healed. Every child will be placed on their highest path through their own higher intention with Source Creator and their higher self. That's a 5D intention. We are creating new healing systems for every person that has been sexually abused. We are creating healing systems for every person that has been attacked every day by people that are low vibrational, jealous, and envious that refuse to heal and stay held within their abhorrence of universal laws, of cults and covens and secret societies that abuse laws, abuse people, and abuse energy, and abuse systems, and abuse power, and abuse technology, and abuse surveillance. There's so much abuse. The intention is these will be healed. And that is my promise, that is my hope, dear light. Take a deep breath. Call light into your chakras, call light into your higher self, call light into the pillar of light that you are. Holy Lord Michael, please bathe every one of these with pure intention. Anyone with pure intention, bathe them with light and crystalline light and the violet flame. Bathe them with the highest crystalline rainbow light, Holy Spirit. All of those with pure intention, please bathe them. Please align their chakras and clear and cleanse any energies that need to be clear and cleansed. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Take a deep breath with the light and the divine Mother, Father, aligning you with your breath, aligning you with your intention, aligning you with who you are. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Breathe up. All of your chakras are cleared and cleansed. All of your chakras are cleared and cleansed. Bathe with the holy light. Bathe with the holy light. Bathe with the violet flame. Bathe with the violet flame. You are magnificent. You are indeed. You're creating every moment. You're creating a new body. Creating a new timeline. Everything is new, 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 new. Never stay small. Never stay stuck. Take a big breath. You're creating new sandwiches of new constructs and new substrates. Call in the vibrational rainbow light of codes and love and codes and breath and codes of being and codes of happiness, codes of beauty, codes of Venus energy. The Sophia is with you always, delighted in the manna of Source Creator. Every moment spiral and swirl around the manna that is always available to you. The manna of life, the manna of life, the manna of life. God loves you. 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 If you fill yourself with a visual field, 8-foot field of love and light, if you focus on this 3 times a day, you will see your body shift and change. You will see your energies and your perspectives open and align.
Open and align, open and align, open and align, open and align. See your field being bathed with great mana, with great nourishment of higher vibrational codes and capacity, higher vibrational alignments for you to manifest higher, is to make things right. It's not that big of a deal at all. Make things right. It's very equal, it's very balancing, and you feel good doing it. And think of ways that you can help make your collective better. That's why you're here. It's your sacred trinity. It's your passion. You have gifts and skills. The more that you act in benevolence of others, it will be given back to you. It is just the equation, delighted one. It's going to come back fast too. Why? Because the substrates are different. This is why it's so fun to act and behave in oneness, because all that you do for your collective is coming back to you. This is where those that'll be receiving bad karma and those are receiving good, because they've put so much in to other people and they've given so much unconditionally to other people. It is time for them to receive. Otherwise, why would there be cycles? You have to have cycles. You have to have that return. You have to have that response of all the mana that you've given out, all the mana that you've allowed to be aligned, and whether you had it or not, you gave it. That is pure alignment. That's ranking, delighted ones, and it is your vibration. Your vibration manifests everything. Make no mistake about that. So if you wish to book a session, healing sessions, activations, aligning with your teams, aligning with your celestials, allowing you to understand what your gifts, your skills, and your codes are, just book a session with me. $233 US, 90 minutes. They're all recorded for you to reflect, for you to make journal notes, for you to tap in and start connecting with your teams on every minute and every hour. Anything that stands before you of the beautiful life choice for your own higher self and your soul is testing you every moment. You're given new initiations. Your initiation is only with you and you. You don't have to ask anybody outside of you what you should do. And your question is, what is my part in this transaction? And you will always be aligned with your soul telling you what is your next step. Surrender, trust, unconditionally, step forward, call your spirit forward and walk within it. That is walking in your purity of truth. That is walking in who you are as spirit. And each and every one of you will be profound helpers of all humanity when you're seeking to heal the human issues that need to be healed. And you're facing it with courage, you're facing it with inclusivity, you're facing it with pride and glory because you have done the work. You've done the work because there's big issues before you that must be transcended. So we prepared you. You're all prepared. You're all the new leaders. So take up your mantle and take up your staff and speak on behalf of your spirit. It is aligned with the heavens. It's aligned with the masters. It's aligned with the angelics. You're here for new earth ways, higher vibrational ways, higher alignment ways. And all is one and one is all. That is you, delighted ones. Doesn't that feel good? Take a deep breath and say, thank you, Holy Mother Father. And know that we're going back to those of you that choose to be stars. When you're choosing to be a star, you're just purely aligning within the belly of who you are, and you're going to express it simply because you must. You must express. It's your passion to express. And then the money and the abundance and all of the alignments that God and your angels and your ancestors and all the beings that are setting and placing people before you, it would just be. Live from your passion, live from your truth, live from your center. This is pure alignment. It is your connection and your relationship with all that you are as spirit, all that you are as a godly being. And you transcend all that was 3D construct. Celebrate for that, delighted ones. It's deep celebration and your hearts are just expanding in our conversation today. We love you so very much. Thank you, delighted ones. Thank you, delighted ones. We love you. Galactic federations and systems of light, the angels and the masters are all with you always. Call upon us at any time. Any celestials of the higher vibrational dimensions, align your heart space and just ask for us and call upon us. And we are here, delighted ones. So the systems of light were just signing off saying, thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Holy Spirit. They're just saying as they sign off, you're going to feel different in your nature. So if you, as much as you can, get out to nature. You're going to feel different because, again, your body is being adjusted every day. Your multidimensional systems are being adjusted every day. And you'll know in what we teach and what we offer, you're going to be seeing the manifestations. You're going to be seeing the differences in how you interact and how you are activated in your nature, because you're just becoming more multidimensional. You're going to be, it will help you create a higher capacity and aptitude to download and integrate higher vibrational codes and wisdom, because it's in nature. And so again, sit in nature and ask for the codes, ask for the downloads that a forest can give you, the trees can give you, the nature can give you. They all have stories to give and provide, and that is our oneness and consciousness of our sacred trinity. You and your collective, you and Gaia, and you in the heavens. That's your sacred trinity, and that's what you're aligning with. That is your higher compass.
So remember that, dear lighter ones. We love you so much. 3 A's, 3 E's. Know who you are. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. Anybody that would like to donate, our link is below. We love you. Rainbow hugs and kisses.